a simple man making his way through the galaxy. Like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be...
Willow Tarmiga. Lagobus Lagobus.
If I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Mac 10, none of you think
buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does.
It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down one way. In my lap, front back over train tracks. On yak and herb, niggas swerve, it gets on my nerves.
All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That in economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke, then you a failure, stack your money up like that. Start tripping, now I'm blue. Mega man, I can't win for losing, cause I got too many haters, man. Used to be the paper boy, grew up now I'm mega man. Player 1, player 2, show your ass what players do. Up, down, left, right, hit on with a stronger time. Yeah, I smoke the strongest pack. Tell me what is wrong with that. More coins in the laundromat, you can't help but honor that. Jam man, mega man, more games than the Sega man. All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That in economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke, then you a failure. Stack your money up like Tetris. I don't know what else to tell you. Over here, everybody got a gun. My life is golden now. You wanna know why niggas die? Nigga, I just told you. I told the bitch we need to take a break cause she a space invader. Niggas do not know the game. Why? Cause they player haters. I'm a boss jam, man. I call me Dr. Egg, man. My money stretched like jogging pants. Rubber bands and headbands. Hopped up out that water, niggas trying to sink my battleship. Cause they bitch been bust open like a bag of chips. NBA jam, man. Bitch, I'm ballin'. Just learned a new move. I just don't know what to call it, man. I swear I lost my man. I had to snap back to reality.
Was just a little bit stronger than you after all.
Bitch, start tripping, now I'm blue. Mega man. I can't win for losing cause I got too many haters, man. Used to be the paper boy. Grew up now I'm mega man. Player 1, player 2, show your ass what players do. Up, down, left, right, hit on with a stronger time. Yeah, I smoke the strongest pack. Tell me what is wrong with that.
After celebrating with his friends, he heads home.
You can't help but honor.
Oh, okay, so it really is like an alternate thing. Cool.
I'm finally home, Mom.
It's like a what-if situation.
Are you okay, sweetheart? Are you hurt?
This is so cool.
No, I'm okay, but... Wait, where's Goku? Dad is... No, don't tell me he's...
Hey, sorry I'm late. I was talking to Krillin and the others for a sec.
Goku, you're alive!
Of course I am, Chi-Chi.
Used to be the paper boy. Grew up now I'm mega man. Player 1, player 2, show your ass what players do.
Oh, we want to kill you.
Hit on with a stronger time. Yeah, I smoke the strongest pack. Tell me what is wrong with that. More coins in the laundromat. You can't help but honor that. Jam man, mega man, more games than the Sega man. All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That in economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke, then you a failure. Stack your money up like Tetris. I don't know what else to tell you. Over here, everybody got a gun. My life is golden.
Oh, you fucking cheap bastard.
Yeah, you motherfucker.
She's broke. She doesn't know what to do. I can't. I'm. Oh, okay.
Tell me what is wrong with that. No coins in the laundromat. You can't help but honor that. Jam.
Take a look at this, sir.
Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, he's a nihilist. Carl Hungus.
Test. Move dang. Bang it, old dang.
What are you doing?
Let's go, gamble.
What are you doing?
Huh? Me? Just hanging around.
Just hanging around.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and walk around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now.
What are you doing?
'Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest
What are you
duck in
doing?
town. Doing the duck.
What?
Doing
Me?
the duck.
Just hanging around.
We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Brady 2700 Just Redeem Tag Dance.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance
What are you
and shake
doing?
it all around. I tell you that it's easy
What are you
if you
doing?
follow me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Brady 2700 Just Redeemed Tag Dance.
What is that? Oh, is that banana splits? Oh man, those clips. Who the hell clipped that? Fucking clip was a whole lot of nothing. Could barely tell what movie it was. No action, nothing. Great clip. Oh shit, I got hit. Damn. Couldn't even tell. Ah, shit. Oh. You don't work this week, so you can actually catch. Oh, you can catch my stream. Okay, yeah, cool, Stonk. You're on vacation from work. Damn. Wish I had more armor. But fuck that up. You know what? Fuck it. Start over. That's what save files are for. You gotta work probably through Wednesday at least. Are you guys doing anything for thanks? Just eating turkey. The usual. Maybe watch the parade. Some football. Same old, same old. You're 11 months. So it's unpaid vacation. Oh shit. You'll take it. Yeah, at least you get away from work for the week. You got no Thanksgiving plans, just you and your dad. Yeah, watch the game. Whatever game, doesn't matter. Fucking, it's always gonna be the Lions versus whoever. Hey, Jenny. Welcome in. Jenny B Pizza. Shout out to Jenny. Let's see what she... Show us what you got.
Sorry. That scream was so
Oh, that
not
pizza.
necessary. I apologize.
Perfect game to play for Jenny. What's that game called? Pizza. Oh yeah, Pizza Tower, right? That looks like a good game. Kinda wanna check that out. Seen other people play it. They say it's like Wario, or like a Wario game, but I guess, I don't know. I barely see the resemblance. It was fun. No problem, Jenny. Have you played it, Stonk? Yeah, you played it, had a great time. Oh, okay. So you beat the whole thing? Oh yeah, Mort the Chicken. He makes an appearance. A cameo in that game. For yeah, Mort the Chicken out of nowhere makes a comeback after 20 something years. Just to make a short cameo. Yeah, he beats Mort the Chicken. Nakas, he beat that game. Should be able to do it again. Oh, this fucker. God damn. Can't escape without getting hurt. His disc kept crashing? Oh, I thought he beat it. Oh. Could have sworn I saw him actually beat the whole game. You wonder if he threw it away? Oh, he did beat it. Told him to return it to GameStop. I think he likes hanging on to the games though. Or wait, no, actually he does trade them in for other games. He did eventually get it working. Okay. Yeah, because I kind of feel like I saw the ending to that game. Oof. Fucking. Off to a terrible start. Shit, is it worth it? Just fucking. You need 3 death coins next time. Son of a bitch. I might have to just do it this way. The death coins, yeah, it sucks. I wasted too many lives early on. So now I need 3 death coins for my next continue. Whoa, what the fuck? Sneaky shits. Oh, fucking fire. Oh, I don't have a key, really? Wait, fuck all of that. I did have a key. I'm gonna try to do it with 1 life. It was the ending of the day. You can get perma game over in this shit? Yep. It's old school. If you don't have enough continue coins or death coins, whatever, pretty much it's game over. That's why people don't like it. And I think why it's a forgotten game pretty much. People don't like hard games. I'll just save that as health. People want easy shit. That's why all the games today are fucking easy as hell. He needs to play this. Yeah, I'd like to see him check it out. See how far he gets into it before he gives up. He would get any percent in 20 minutes. Oh, fucking hell. Yep. Not gonna accept any damage. Fuck all that. All the games today are easy. What about Elden Ring? I don't know. That's not something I'd want to play. But I bet it's not as hard as this game. Somebody in chat said this game is Elden Ring. PS2 Elden Ring. Like Dark Souls, there's no perma game over, is there? Right, yeah, there's no perma game over. Elden Ring, Dark Souls, you can continue forever. Always thought this game looked like Comic Sans Dark Souls. Dark Souls has infinite continues, but you have to restart at the bonfires, which are spaced out pretty far. So you get a tiny punishment or whatever. Oh, nice. No. Oh my god. Holy shit. Can't get away with anything. Yeah, just you have to walk a little bit. It sounds like Stonk in Dark Souls. Gotta do some extra walking. Big deal. Oh yeah, the health, of course. Oh shit. Fuck you. But in this game, even if you get game over, you can just load the save. Yeah, but if you're like right now where I'm at, you're kind of stuck with whatever save you had last, and the one I got sucks. Only one life. So you gotta plan ahead all this shit, like when do you want to save it? Make sure you got like plenty of lives and everything. Yeah, this is still not even NES hard. It's not as tough as a NES game where they send your ass all the way to the beginning no matter what. Yeah, you can always use the save file. It's only frustrating when you gotta fight a boss and you get killed in 5 seconds. Yeah, it's all about the boss battles in Dark Souls, Elden Ring. I don't even know what else there is to those games. It's all boss fights, right? Gotta walk all the way back. Save locked. Making D-stab. Reload state. Yeah. With 0 energy. 0 hit run. Nah, hell no. Oh, hey, Glitzy. What's up? Welcome in. Just love you. Shout out, Glitzy. Someone who has played Elden Ring, this looks like the kind of game that you'd play instead.
Oh, smart guy, thanks.
Oh, look at that. Playing Grand Theft Auto? Is that Glitzy playing Grand Theft Auto? I've never seen that. It's an old clip, right? Let me guess, it's super old clip.
And then I just got fucking playing sweet on me. You just saw that. Oh my god.
It's from 6-7 years ago. I could just save state this shit, which sounds like a good idea. Oh wait, the stage is over there, right? But trying to play this legit. Why? I don't know. What fucking bullshit? Damn. Think playing legit gets more viewers? It does? I don't know about that. I'm just doing it because, well, at first I was gonna do save states, like I didn't give a shit. But then somebody came into chat and was kind of mad at me for doing a save state. They put up a disgusted Will Smith emote up, and I was like, oh shit. So he thinks it's a bad thing to use save states, huh? I'll show him. Whenever your IG stories load, go watch. Oh, okay. If it gets stupid, you would use save states. Yeah, some games I say fuck them. They're not worth playing legit. Save state that shit from the beginning. Going live on. Oh, you could do that? an IG. Enjoying that entire fucking machine. Oh, okay. You're doing the real life stream with those machines, those Pokeball, whatever they're called. A lot of people like challenge run type shit where you don't cheat. What was it with Will Smith? Oh, that was Barf. Yeah, I think he doesn't ever use retro art or anything. Mostly plays computer games, it looks like. Like actual games that are just made for the PC, nothing else. Oh shit. Real hardware. Oh yeah. That's something else. I don't really care if you use real hardware or not. But yeah, I guess some people actually do. I was using a real NES for some games, but then that shit's unreliable. the game would always mess up. Any secret here? No. Try not to use save states if there aren't any continues. Like, and good luck. Yeah, sometimes, I don't know. You want to get through the damn game, that's all that matters. You need them for your Pokemon ornaments. Oh, okay, you're still trying to get certain ones? It's only really important for certain games. Yeah, I say if you use save states for something like Contra or Castlevania, then it really doesn't feel legit, like you beat the game. I'm talking about the original Contra and Castlevania on NES. If you use rewind or save states, then yeah, that's straight up just cheating. Some games need almost frame perfect shit, like some Metroids. Input lag and shit on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I haven't noticed it really, but yeah, I have heard that emulators sometimes they're not accurate to the original game, so you're kind of screwing yourself over. Like Punch-Out, I bet that's the most frame accurate input lag problem. If you're not playing on a real NES and on a CRT TV, I think the timing is off. You beat Contra but use the 30 lives code. Yeah, replay it legit. Fuck the code. Even the code is cheating. People speedrun Contra so fast it's ridiculous.
What are you doing?
Yeah, that's a short game, so
What are you doing?
you could beat that like in 20 minutes.
Everybody get naked.
Oh shit.
Come on, don't be stuck up. It's going to be great.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started.
Everybody.
Thanks for the bit tap. And for getting naked. Yeah. When they speedrun too, it's crazy that they do moves where they purposely die at some spots, I think. So they can skip over stuff. Oh no, you fucker, I knew it's gonna get me. Yeah, that's nuts. Having to know every little frame of the game and everything. Oh no, this shit too. Like if you bounce into something, it'll send you flying up, and then you can skip sections of different games, entire areas. Cut off like 2 minutes from a game. Damn. I don't like the ice sword. Pretty shitty sword. Death boosting, yeah. Fucking. I think that happens a lot in games like Contra. Probably you could skip a lot of shit. Oh damn, armor, okay. Castlevania, you definitely use that to, you get hit and then you fly above some area, like the clock tower sends you above something, and then you can just skip a whole bunch of shit. But yeah, it's like you gotta study the damn games. Oh shit, what is... Whoa, what? There was a Bigfoot there? What the fuck? 2 fucking Bigfoots. Oh, damn it. That fucker got me. Down, another ice sword. Do you think this game is similar to Zelda? Nah, not at all. Like even the 3D Zeldas, you mean? Like, no, this is, yeah, not like it at all, really. In Zelda, you feel safe, like you can just explore whatever, not really get killed at any point. Yeah, in this game you don't feel safe. Oh yeah, the bombers, shit. Bomber skeleton. Fuck off. Still don't know how to attack some of these enemies too. They're got some fucking trick to them. It's really annoying. Chat's diving deep into the retro gaming abyss. Taps cracking up over permadeath mechanics, while Stonk debates save state versus classic play. Glitzy IG takeover is imminent, and there's talk of Contra speedruns and Zelda vibes. Remember, whether you're a save state savant or a hardcore purist, Omega's got your back. Will Smith pigeon movie? Grand Theft Auto to Will Smith's pigeon movie? There was never any Grand Theft Auto. Oh shit, no. Hate this character, fuck him. Man, they keep giving me that shitty ice sword. I thought I beat this level too, man. That means this stage is what took me out. Get the fuck out of here. So I need 3 coins. Wait, oh no, I still haven't died. So gotta prepare for the future, just in case I don't make it. Cause no way in hell do I want to pay 4 death coins later on. Oh shit, oh fuck. Damn, missed out on those. You want a McGriddle? Where did that come from? Did the Frosty Tool say something about McGriddles? Yep, this is the stage of the day. A real piece of shit. What is this? Oh, spin attack. Okay. Magic bolts. Oh, just hungry? Okay. McGriddle's the first thing that comes to mind. Oh, this part of the game, yeah. Hated this shit right here. Usually get sausage McMuffins. Buy one, get one for $1. You have to use the McDonald's app to get that for $1. Oh, on the app, yeah. That's what I heard, that you go there without the app, you're fucking getting ripped off big time. And they charge you like twice as much. So everyone just uses the app. Freely gives McDonald's all their information. That's the deal you make with the devil. Trade in all your information for a dollar whatever the fuck. Tis a fair trade. Sometimes stores will do it as a deal without app. Oh, some McDonald's? That's good, yeah. Fucking. What if you don't want to use the app? Just give me the food. Mickey D app is basically free food. Want Ronald to deliver the McGriddle personally? Yeah, then I'll use the app. Have his clown ass come over to my house. Can't argue with free. Yeah, they're stealing your information one way or the other, so might as well get a deal. some kind of deal out of it. No fairies, come on. You have a Google account, even use a Google phone. Your data is sold. Yep. Yeah, there's no escaping it. If you use the internet, all your information's already out there. That's why every little while I'm getting messages about, oh, would you like to sue Yahoo? Or would you like to sue Facebook, Twitter, because they stole my information? Like, sure, yeah, whatever. Fucking sue their asses. Let me get that money. Let me get that $30. Oh shit, this part. Yeah, it's too convenient. It really is. Fucking no more signing into different websites. They just tell you want to use your Google account. No passwords, just click. You're in. Yep. I think everyone says yes to that. You know, a lot of people refuse to make any accounts. Huh. Trying to sue Yahoo and Facebook. Yeah, get those corporate bastards, even if it's chump change to them. Hey, Kwazan, first time chat. Oh, you know Quaz? What's up? Using Google to log in is better. Actually, otherwise individual websites store your passwords in text files. Oh, huh. I didn't think about it like that. I guess that's true. Just use Google for everything and sign in everywhere. New here, yeah, and I know you're new. I was just surprised Tap knew you. Well, welcome in, and you're ready to see me die in this game a million times, or restart it actually. Where's the lawsuit for everyone who has posts removed as false news when it couldn't have been more factual? I don't know, you gotta start that lawsuit yourself, I guess. You uploaded a joke video to YouTube about eating bananas to cure corona. YouTube removed it as fake news. There goes Barnyard. Gotta watch that movie. From 20 minutes in, I think. That's all I really saw. The rest, I fell asleep. Yeah, cause that shit was fucking annoying. They would take down all your posts. Made you stop using Facebook. Yeah, I think a lot of people just stopped using it cause, I don't know, Facebook kinda sucks. Barnyard movie of the day. Only post facts to X now. Oh, Barnyard? Yeah, Fever Dream. Yeah, it's a weird ass movie. I'm thinking it's gonna be like straight up kids movie, and then weird shit. Yeah, the whole story's weird as hell. They just want to party in the barn. That's the whole movie. What did Facebook remove? Probably a story about bananas curing curing cancer. Yep, stop using most social. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Just don't use anything. Shit. Try to get away from most of it. Yeah, I don't like the timing of this shit. Somehow I make it through. Oh, and this. Oh my god, this fucker can throw all the way over here. Oh yeah, Kung Pao director. Yeah, I didn't even know that at first, but I think Macca's found out about that. It's from Steve Odenkirk, the Kung Pao director. Oh, GG for that. Yeah, I guess that deserves a GG. Crossing that fucked up little thing. Don't know if that was luck or skill. It feels like luck every time. Cause I'm not timing it. I'm not like doing it on purpose. Somehow I just end up crossing over. Damn, I hate that you can lose your shield if you actually use it to block. You'll end up running out eventually. Oh shit, the gold armor. Fuck. Gold armor's pretty much useless. Time runs out. The power runs out. It's over. Oh shit, Bigfoot. Movie of the day. Killer clowns. You can lose the shield in Ocarina with the likes. Get armor like in Ghosts and Goblins. Oh yeah, that's like directly from Ghosts and Goblins. You even end up in your underwear just like that. If you lose all your armor, you're in your boxers. Oh yeah, I remember getting close to beating this part. Shit. But then I had like one tiny bit of health left. And these assholes got me. So this is actually, I think, close to the end. Hopefully this is the end. Just gotta collect some shit. Money, money, money. And interesting game mechanics. The wood shield can oh yeah, that's true. The wood shield you lose pretty easily. But yeah, I was thinking of those creatures that you get. They pretty much eat you They swallow you up and then steal your shield. The likes. Arcade game adventure, RPG roguelike. What? It's all those things. All in one. Shit, I don't know if that's the right way to go or over here. This might just be for another chest. Oh no, that is the right way. Shit. Oh, you fucker. You can't kill this guy like that without getting hurt. So that sucks. And then he gets stuck there. I don't get that. What the fuck? Oh shit. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Fuck you. Come on out, you fuck. Knock his ass out over here. There we go. Can you just run by his ass? I could, but that thing that's glowing in the background, I gotta make sure to kill all the enemies, and then I can break it open and finish the level. So you actually need to kill everybody. Everybody within that area. Cause I don't think you have to kill all the enemies outside. Oh, he still doesn't move and shit. What the fuck? They like fucked up the programming here. This enemy should fucking chase me and shit. Damn. If he doesn't fucking move, I guess I'm gonna have to use some health and attack him with the. See how he. Oh shit! No fucking hell! Damn it! Oh shit! He fucking came back. What the hell? Yeah, fucking glitched piece of shit. Yeah, so it's not worth. I could make it to the end, but then that bullshit happens. Gonna start over. Why is that one dude the king? The main bad guy? I don't know. Must have just been glitched, right? I don't know, that part, those enemies just stay stuck. It's fucking dumb. I think they fucked up the programming of the game right there. These enemies cannot cross over this line. Why? No one knows. Wouldn't die or move. Yeah, no matter how many times you knock him down, the only way to kill him is by doing the jump, that shit. But if the sword is sticking up, it's gonna hurt you, so I didn't want to risk that and lose health. But yeah, I think the main thing is killing that Bigfoot. Then I can lose some health to those fucking assholes. Yeah, you get first let this guy chase you, then he's confused and you can hit him from the back anyways. You want him to land face first. Like that, so the sword is going down. Then you could fucking kill him without getting hurt. Otherwise you're losing health for nothing. It's a real pain in the ass. Can't believe he came back. Yeah. He was stuck over there and then suddenly he comes all the way back like, oh. And see, you got your back turned. Gonna fucking stab you right in the back. He comes over from fucking 5 blocks away. Oh fuck, not that. Both of these assholes. This guy. Right, good. Third piece of armor and my health. That's the way to start, but then I could just fall in the water and die. I gotta make a pure luck run. It sucks there's no free lives that I could find anyways. They should give me at least one fucking free life. Okay, I'll move now. Now that you're unaware. Can't believe how much HP everyone takes. Yeah. Yeah, I wish they were all like fucking in old games. Like the original Ghosts and Goblins, everything is like one hit. Kill everything with one fucking hit and you move on. This one you gotta have a fucking plan how to kill everybody. This enemy only can be killed by doing the fucking stab, jump stab. This one only, you can only attack them if you use your shield. Otherwise you might fucking get hit yourself. Shitty normal enemies take like half your health. Yeah, for real. That shit's fucked up, man. Some of them can take a whole bar of health, like the alligators in the previous level. Oh yeah, fuck that. Shit, hate those fuckers. Oh, and the stupid dog. Fuck you. Can never remember where the hell those things are. Piece of shit enemy. Oh, I could get a force armor. Oh shit, not anymore. The fuck? Aw, that sucks. Shit, gotta use it for something. 10 seconds. Wait, he's not getting hurt? 3 seconds, what a waste. Oh, I did get full health though, I guess. It's worth something. Oh, I thought there was another... Nope, nothing else. That gold armor seems cool, but then it's fucking like 20 seconds, so it's pretty fucking useless. Oh, alright, good. Oh, fucking enemies I can't see. Oh shit, yeah. I knew there was somebody there. That I remembered. Okay. Let this guy just fall. Jumping man. Yeah, that's another thing about this game is there's a lot of platforming, but fucking sucks. Platforming in this doesn't feel right. Plus the I got gold armor again. Shit. The camera angles sometimes are fucking so bad. You don't know where you're jumping to. Oh yeah, the spin attack that I never used. Oh shit, no, fairies, fuck. Damn, 39. You need 50 fairies to get another death coin, so getting there. But then death wants fucking 3 coins and 4 coins. Who knows how many that greedy fucker wants after a while. Oh, shockwave, wider shockwave. Okay. Yeah, 3D, yeah. In a lot of games it's really fucked up. Especially these earlier 3D games, back when they were just starting out. They couldn't figure out a good way to fucking show you what angle you're jumping at and all that. The the depth perception. It's like, take a wild guess, jump, and just go for it. Yeah, exactly like that. Donkey Kong 64. So yeah, real janky ass platforming. You just have to jump and hope you make it. Try to look for your shadow where you're gonna land. If the shadow even pops up, sometimes games don't even have the shadow underneath you. Oh shit, fuck you, no. Damn it. Oh, that's right, there's something over here. That's, I think, worth getting. Possibly. Ah, fuck. Oh, there you go. Fucking free life. For killing a wizard. Just what I wanted. Already got this, yeah, checkpoint. Oh yeah, this guy that chases you, fuck him. I wish the bombs would kill his ass. They do nothing. Come on, asshole. Fucking do your move. What, now they're all acting like this? Oh man. Shit, gotta sacrifice those fairies. There you go. Oh, hey, Duke. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, I'm good. Hope you're doing good too. Shout out, Duke. Oh shit. Playing old school Mario.
Oh, what? That was
Damn.
not there. Was it? Did he shoot that? Oh my god.
Speaking of glitches, yeah, I think that fire just glitched out of nowhere, killed him. Duke is a Canadian streamer who's all about the retro life. They're shuffling through 150 games at once, and even doing a retro review bracket. What you gonna do when this small streamer with a big heart goes live? They're all about community engagement, backseating. So jump in and join the fun, brother. Alright, so time for the platforming of pure luck part. Wasn't there a chest here? No? Oh, come on. Had to be a chest here. Why did they make this spot? Shit. Yeah, that sucks. Oh shit, didn't get him? Oh, shield ran out, son of a bitch. Fuck it. Shit. Fucking. It fucking sucks I ran out of the shield already. Son of a bitch, man. There really is no way to kill that bomber without the shield. So just gotta run away. Rip. He's probably still throwing bombs straight across all this shit. I'm not even sure how you get your shield back, really. I want to say it's grabbing more armor, but no, that's not it. You actually have to just find a shield somewhere. Oh shit. Fucking guys. What, another one? Oh no, there's health right there. Fuck. I hope it stays. That shit better be right there when I need it. Do you run, assholes? Alright. Got rid of both of those shitheads. Oh man, no, I gotta take him out first. Holy shit. Wanted to kill the Bigfoot, but whatever. Okay. Just checking, no more asshole skeletons around. What? Damn. Alright, cool. So now I could end the level, but gonna check out what the fucking health is gone. Check out what else was over here. Another free life? Maybe? Oh shit. Oh man, I didn't think he was gonna do that. Bastard. Oh, alright. Cool. That was worth it. Slowly coming back.
Rise from your grave.
$86. Damn. I'm doing better, I guess. Yeah, GG. Thanks. Oh shit. Oh man, go on. Fucking end up dead right here. I wonder if I can keep collecting armor at one spot. The enemies keep popping up. Oh shit. Armor? Alright. Fuck yeah. Get away from these shitheads. Save the game. Oh wait, that's not the fucking save. Shit. Thanks, Stonk. Yeah, oof, what a bunch of bullshit I had to go through. Alright, this is the save. No secret chests. Holy shit, here we go. Something. Better not be a fucking dog. I want to get that diamond, but then again, how the fuck can you get that? I think I need this weapon or this power up that lets me just use my shield to drag in items like that. Otherwise, I don't know how you can jump without dying right there. Alright, save. Should be one more level before the boss. But I'm not sure where the fuck it would be. Damn. Shit, I went in a circle already, so I don't know where the hell to go anymore. But oh shit, no. No, do your fucking move. Alright, that actually stays too. $92, damn. Probably the best level I've done so far. Time to explore. Shit. Damn, back here. Fuck. Oh, is that a free life? I mean, not free, but 150, okay. Sounds worth it. Oh, there it is. There we go. Well, fuck that. I should save it. I'm not gonna. Wait, can I? Fucking coins. Gotta make sure you have enough coins to save. Another fucked up thing about this game. And the save is directly across. Wasn't it? Where the fuck? Yeah, that's it. So. Or is it? Nope, this is not it. Shit. Oh yeah, it does. It costs money to save in this game. They don't want to make anything easy. This is the save. Okay. Yeah, check it out. How much does it cost? 100. So that's why it is important to collect all the money. You see, you do end up needing it. So the part I want to get to is this way, I think. Through the ship. Is this the only ship? I thought there was some other. No, I guess this is it. Okay. Oh, there's a diamond over there. Dead in the water, level 16. Shit, gotta do it. Armor, if you don't have 3 bars, it's always worth it. Oh, nice. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh shit, that key looks tempting, but also like you're gonna die right there. Yeah, that looks like a piece of shit jump. Fuck that, it's not worth it. And I can't get those. Nope. Oh damn, there was armor right there. No. Fuck. Oh well, the armor's there, so fuck it. Damn. Sucks fighting on this ship, hitting everything except the enemies. Oh, this fucker. There might be another way to kill these guys, but I never found it. So just doing it my way. Fuck. Damn, fucking fighting that guy with no shield. What the hell? Oh no, come on. Oh, shit. Don't be a dog. Damn, what the fuck? How did that fucking ship got stuck like that? Where's that blue? Oh, the sword. Shit, still get hurt. That's not fair. Whoa, 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 shit. And where's the... He's... Oh, there he is. Fuck. Oh, that's cool. This, so the ice sword I can avoid doing all that shit. Just freeze them. Oh no, cannonball. Oh shit. Is that where it's shooting? Oh, they're just there for decoration. Nope. Fuck you. Fuck. Sneaky motherfuckers. Alright, oh man, you gotta buy the shield? Oh, I don't have enough either, son of a bitch. Fucking game. This fucking game. 160? What a weird price too. Got 100. $101. Little by little. Shit. So. Okay, that's. You gotta go back for that shield eventually, I think. Fucking 60 or 57 coins now. Oh, are the ads on right now? Starting soon. $106. Damn. Yeah, I fucked up saving twice. That's why I'm out of money now. Shit. Oh, fuck the bomber. Can't mess with him. Oh shit. Fuck, I might have to just skip that fucking shield. Oh man. Yeah, another ad. That was fast. Stonk clips about the price of heroics. Tap chuckles in the shadows, night file. Lurkers, just go around there. Uh-oh. And what is that? Off Dreaders. No fucking piece of shit. Damn it. Alright, didn't get hit. Shit. How much longer till I get the money? Shit. Oh man. Alright, health. Oof. 119. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get enough money. I'll be at the end of the level probably. 40 more coins. Shit. What the hell's going on here? Oh shit. Yeah, fuck that. I can't go back for the shield. It's too much trouble. Oh, there's a free shield. Awesome. Fuck all that. Oh shit, a snowman here. Oh, nothing. $28. Oh, what the shit. Just gonna get lame ass gold armor, I think. That's really not. Yep. Not really worth it. It's already running out. Wasted a key. That's alright. Keys, no big deal. Full health? Nah. Oh shit. There you go. I knew there was something there. Oh shit. Fire sword. What? No keys? I got a key. What the fuck? Weird. Wonder what's up with that. Need a special key. Oh shit, no, I missed it. Oh, there was a treasure chest. Shit. Fuck. Let's see what's in here. Better not. Oh, no. Fucking wizard, you piece of shit. Damn. Fuck. No. He doesn't give you shit. No free life, nothing. Fucking asshole. God damn fell for that wizard trap. Yeah, I got turned into a baby. Yep, that's what the wizard does. You ever play the old Ghosts and Goblins stock? That's where they got that from. You either get turned into a baby or an old man. Oh, this is that crazy key you need. Okay. Shit. The only one you've played was the Sharp 68K version? Damn, what the hell is that? Is that a computer? Has level 2, yeah. Those original ones are really tough. Just getting past the first level could be real hard on its own, just that. Okay. I want to get back to that crazy gate. Oh, Japanese computer was checking out games for it, and that was one of them. Damn, how'd you end up with a Japanese computer? Say what? Oh shit. Man, there's a lot of places to go here. Oh, emulation. Okay. This was the spot, wasn't it? Oh, nope. Fuck. Oh man, I don't like the look of that jump. Fuck that. It looks too risky. Jumping on the pointy part of that. That's what you really want. Much easier jump. Okay, this is it. Shit, full health for 50 coins. Damn. Sounds kind of worth it. I don't know if this is a bonus area or actually where I was supposed to go. And I think it's where I'm supposed to go. Oh shit, ice. Fuck. Oh no. I like the ice. I mean, the fire sword better than this ice. Fuck that. 2 keys. Wait, what? Damn. Key for this and a key for the chest. Oh, fucking gold armor. 20 seconds to do something quick. Oh shit, this is the end. Might actually be worth it then. Yeah. Saved me some trouble. That's actually the best time to have gold armor. Damn. What could that be? Oh, cow boxers? 300. Fuck out of here. Wasting 300 coins on cow shorts. I gotta see what else was out there. Do they serve any purpose? Man, I don't think they do. I think they're just fun to look at. It's just like a joke item. And they're always 300, like all these dorky ass shorts. The most money. Oh, Macus. Hey, what's up? What did I miss? Did I go? I went through there. Okay. Shout out to Macus. I'm drinking a Macca's coffee. I forgot, do I still have that alert for coffee? Oh yeah, I do.
Hey, does anybody want coffee? Who wants coffee? I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Does anybody want coffee? Who wants coffee? Does anybody want coffee? Who wants coffee?
What the fuck is going on, man?
You want coffee?
Listen, you're fucking...
I just made coffee. Does anybody want coffee? Who wants? Buddy, do you want coffee?
I need that, man. I need that.
Do you want coffee? I just made coffee. Who wants coffee? Does anybody want coffee? 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 Do you want coffee? Who wants coffee? Does anybody want? I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Does anybody want coffee?
Lagopus, Lagopus.
Shit.
I think that's everything except right there. I don't know. Oh wait, this? Did I go here? Oh, that's where I came from. Okay. Wait, what kind of sword? Is this the ice?
Hey, he's selling copies
Al?
of movies that are still running in the theaters. We're not here to shop. $2.99 for The Lion King.
The Lion King.
I must again remind this jury not to discuss this case amongst yourselves, lest...
And $2.99. For bootleg Lion King. Shit, I don't trust that anymore. Fuck. You're telling me how weird Barnyard? Yeah, you gotta put it on again so I can watch it. The CIA training video with side of ADHD. Yeah, I randomly woke up and caught little parts of it here and there. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I think I caught the part where they're driving at night, like in the junkyard or something. Totally confused.
Ahora no hay que tener todas estas trampas aquí. En cuanto tengamos nuestra arma secreta, no tendremos problemas. Las trampas ya no se necesitan más.
Mission complete.
Rata vendrá con el gato en servicio.
And that's a cat emote he got there. Haha, ginger cat. Oh, ginger like a gingerbread. Where'd you get that Christmas looking emote? Gingerbread cat. Oh, there you go, Steve Odenkirk movie. Did you make clips for Barnyard? Should just watch Barnyard and Rockafire every month. We're falling. Oh, they got all the Christmas emotes, huh? Haha,
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Oh, you made 4 clips? Oh shit. You gotta make them like the top clips to show up somehow. You don't know if these were from hype trains or what? 4 Barnyard clips. 4 out of 250. Yeah, one of them. Well, there was one of them with the wolf or whatever screaming. That one popped up twice, actually. Yeah, the wolf fucking screaming like a woman. Alright, finish that level. Boss time. Time for the boss. And to save, actually, so... Man, gotta waste another 100. Life. Damn. Oh man. Would be nice to get extra life. And to save. How much? 150? Shit. Oh, the other Will Smith movie? Animated movie? Shark Tale.
Steak on toast and demitasse.
I'm still sorry. We have no demitasse, sir.
Okay, make it a small cup coffee.
Yes, sir. Let's see now. Q, R, yes, T. Oh, here it is.
Alright, let's see this boss. Boss time. How the fuck do you get inside? Oh, there it is. It's that time again.
And here we go.
That Joker's a little too small. Gonna have to make him bigger. Make him full screen. Oh shit, Ghost Pirate. Shit. Captain Cadaver. Oh shit, what the fuck? Gotta see what the hell his moves are. Okay, Ratatouille clip. Let's see the size of this clip. Is damn, I put it real small. Fuck that. Movie of the day. So glad you made 1,000 Spanish Ratatouille clips. Yeah. Oh shit, okay, spins. Damn. Then I hit him. Shit, what else can I do here? Something's missing. Shit, breakout, what the fuck? Damn. I don't know what to do here. Okay, hit him, and then what? No idea. He cheating? Captain Cadaver cheating? What's called? What's up? Oh. There's a knockoff version of Up? Oh. Of the movie Up by the same company. There's a Korean kid and everyone is like racist towards him. Okay. It's called What's Up. Let's take a break and watch a trailer for What's Up.
Como te decía, seremos buenos amigos si solo nos damos la oportunidad. Es un honor y privilegio conocer un hombre con inteligencia y habilidad. Calma, amigo, por favor.
What's Up movie trailer. Oh, the first thing that came up, it said What's Up racist movie or something. Let's see. YouTube. Alright, that's right. What? This is based on Up? I don't see how it's anything like the movie Up. What the Oh, okay. So it is really racist. What the fuck? Yeah, what the fuck? It's nothing but racist jokes. Fucking, what a terrible movie. Now you gotta buy it, Macus. Yeah, it was non-stop fucking jokes about Chinese and whatever. Mugu, Gai Pan, all that jokes about food and shit. Get you Wu Tang food. Yeah, what the hell? That's the entire movie, just making fun of him. Damn. Damn. Supposed to hit him twice in a row, but holy shit. He so goes away so far, shit. Wait, now I'm fucking close to him and still can't hit him. Yeah, this shit doesn't make any sense. Gonna have to look up exactly what they're doing different. In the meantime, let's see some more bullshit. Tap's video about CGI. Oh no, fucking bots. The fuck? Oh, the game wasn't showing? Oh, fuck. That happens sometimes, I guess. I'll have to take a look at that right now. 2 weeks, your chicken police is coming today. Damn, 2 weeks. Ratchet and Clank is still missing. Man, what is going on? And that's from eBay or Amazon? Which one is it? Walmart. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that explains the shitty service. Then yeah, that was CGI. Back in the 60s. Pretty crazy. 60s CGI. They both got missed sent to Kentucky. Oh, that's that's dumb. What the hell? Man, I can't believe they had CGI in the 60s like that or 70s, whatever. Either way, it's nuts. Oh, 80s? Okay. All right. That's not as crazy then. 80s. You blocked Prime viewers. Yeah, that's another one they came up with. Alright, I guess I know what to do. Oh yeah, so the game wasn't showing up. That's fucking weird. Just randomly cuts off. Alright, so let's see. Alright. I didn't even do anything and it just fixed itself, it looks like. Your Lego Lord of the Rings is coming too. They delisted that one, so you got it for cheap online. Delisted? Well, they don't want to sell it anymore for some reason. See, the yellow face look like the Smiling Friends building. The skull? That shit? Oh wait, in the video about CGI, yeah. This the happy face. Oh, copyright issue for Lego. Okay. Damn, so you might have like another $500 game or something. Damn. Found out how to kill him, but it still seems like a pain in the ass. Gotta make sure to knock him back to one of these grates so he gets stuck. Now in the video, they put Lego Hobbit back on the store for some reason. Oh, they must have figured out the copyright problem. Also, you turned on your PlayStation and apparently the G.I. Joe game is on there now. Oh, okay, you bought that one? Yeah, I think somebody was Matt playing that? He was playing some weird game, like a fighting game like that, with soldiers, but I couldn't tell if it was G.I. Joe or what. Oh, damn. Nah, break out. Shit. Damn. There you go, fucker. Wait, what? Oh man, what the fuck? Probably gotta do the downward stab. No? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Really? What else can I do? Should I start? Alright, they say his leg gets stuck. When that happens, rush in and whack the peg leg. Takes a couple tries. Watch the grates. Occasionally they will be covered. Whenever he shoots at you, he is shooting at the direction you were headed. Just before he shoots. It's pretty easy to dodge by changing direction. No more than 3 shots. Damn. I swear I was fucking attacking the leg. What the fuck? Some bullshit. What's on? It's $25 for what? The Lego Hobbit? Or the G.I. Joe game? Oh, G.I. Joe, yeah, 25. Damn. Yeah, that is a lot. Oh, you got a duck. Fucking hell, they didn't say that. No wonder. Holy shit. First time you gotta use ducking ever. I swear, never had to use ducking for anything in this game. Suddenly you do. Oh, that one, no good. Oh, it's covered up. Okay, shit. 2, 3. Damn. Damn. Alright, he's dead. Yes. Oh shit, there's a fucking killer whale. The PS Store Black Friday sales are ass this year. Only got Star Wars Demolition, PS1. The hell is that? Star Wars Demolition? I don't even know what that is. Aurora Lee's Kiss.
I gather you have been informed of Akiri, the Great Three, the Four, Lavandier. Then off with you. And Maximo, good luck.
Good luck.
We cannot defeat Akiri without saving.
Oh, cutscene.
Looking for someone?
Stephanie!
Release her and hand over the key to my old Achilles!
Hey, Maximo. Okay, who died? Your friend's soul has been sent to you. You're going to have to find it. This beast in a bit. Let's do it. Hi-ya! Give him hell!
Now death is helping me? Oh shit. Infernal. Damn, what the fuck? Guess this is the final level? Oh no, what the fuck? Damn.
Everybody get naked.
Oh shit. Hey, thanks, Mackers.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
Everybody. Thanks for the bits, Mackers. Oh shit. Secrets everywhere. Is this the final level? Shit. They just threw my ass over here. Also, death sent me to hell. I guess that's what happened. Damn. Alright. You downloaded. Oh, you did? That one looked cool. I don't know. Kinda wanted to check that out too. Karate Kid game. Looks like they did a good job on that. Was supposed to stream it. Oh, he fell asleep. Yeah, I was asleep too, so I wasn't sure if you streamed or not. But whenever I woke up, I didn't see you on there. So I was like, oh, maybe you're not gonna stream then. Oh, fuck. Damn, sucks. Trying to jump while that thing's moving. Fucking gotta just keep on going. That shit moves fast. Okay, fuck. Yeah, did you play it? The Karate Kid game? Test it out before streaming it? Oh fuck, man, could hear them coming over, but oh shit, more? God damn. What the fuck is that? What? A new fucking enemy? Damn. Fucking little asshole with the hammer. What the hell? Oh, what the fuck? Damn zombie. And the zombie fucked me up. Oh, ads coming up. Just start them up. Yeah, I want to see how good is the Karate Kid game. Now I don't need full health now. Damn it. Where's that little weirdo? Oh, there he is. Oh, what's that? Hovering shield. Hold down circle. Oh shit. Pretty cool. Oh shit. I was wondering what's gonna come out of there. Okay. Could go over there. Oh, fuck no, that guy. Damn. Oh my god, I fucking hate this spinning bullshit. Oh, what the fuck? Fuck, man. This place is nothing but fucking traps. I mean, pitfalls and shit. That timing. Oh no, yeah, forgot about that shit. God damn. Fucking. Ooh. Nice. Oh man, it's a piece of crap level, man. What is that, one life? Shit. Gonna do it all over again from the boss fight. Or you know what? Let's see, what time is it? Let's go to a much easier game. Oh yeah, this is some crazy shit, Macus. If you're still there, check this weird shit out. There was a Coneheads cartoon that was created, apparently. Fucking nobody ever got to see it.
Structure is the United Nations.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Yeah, so this is from the animators that made the Lord of the Rings, the animated Lord of the Rings movies, Rankin Bass or whatever. One of those, because one of them was Ralph Bakshi, right? And then I think the final one was Return of the King. That was these guys and shit. They kind of draw the same though. Like has a similar art style. So weird that they chose them to make a Coneheads cartoon. The six pack all at once. Oh yeah. Yeah, it has a laugh track. Yeah, like the Flintstones. Like people are watching this live in a studio. So dumb. Connie Conehead. What? He put paint on his hot dog? What? You want to stream the movie? Yeah, the live action movie. Yeah, haven't seen that in forever. Wouldn't mind checking that out again. I remember liking it. I didn't think it was that bad. I mean, Chris Farley was in it, so it was pretty cool when he showed up. He plays the daughter's boyfriend. Showed me, but you got Jay hiding in a closet. Oh, Jay Leno. Wait, so you bought that movie? I didn't think that was even like available. Damn, how'd you get that one? That was that in the fucking the bargain bin or whatever the hell? That's a really weird movie to find anywhere. Your retro game store had it? Damn, even for them to have it, freaking weird. Oh, it was HBO. I forgot. I guess, yeah, I guess it was an HBO movie. I thought it was like a TV movie, like regular TV. It was more expensive than most of the other movies. Oh, damn, $8. Wonder why. That store thinks it's more valuable. It's not like it's that great or anything. It's just funny seeing that fake Jay Leno and fake David Letterman. They look so shitty. Must have never got Blu-ray, so it's more valuable. Yeah, plus it's not like there's a lot of copies. I doubt there would be a lot. It's not a movie that was in high demand and shit. You got Dracula 300. Oh, Dracula in space? Is that what that's about? Shit. I remember the title, but I forgot what the hell it was about. So he's in space? That sounds stupid. Dracula in space. There's clapping. What the? You should stream Pirates? Band of Misfits? What is that? A bootleg of Pirates of the Caribbean or something? Oh, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Claymation. Yeah, Pirates. Okay. Yeah, with what's his name? Hugh Grant. Think he's the main pirate. That one's pretty good too, actually. I mean, Aardman, they make usually all their movies are pretty good. All those claymation movies. I don't think there's really a bad one that they came out with. Stream Flushed Away. You watched that a lot as a kid? Yeah, that one's good too, but kind of weird that they switched to CGI for that one instead of real claymation. That sounds like Garfield. Oh, the boyfriend character. No, I recognize Garfield's voice anywhere. That was somebody else. Yeah, that was a different actor. That just sort of sounds like Garfield. Yeah, Flushed Away. That was CGI, but they tried to make it look like claymation. That's the weird part, is that sometimes it looks like straight up claymation, like, but then you notice that it is CGI. Yeah, yeah. This guy, he does sort of sound like Garfield. The crowd. Oh, uh, why did they think they needed fake reactions from a phony crowd laugh track and all that? You never realized it was CGI? You got to take a closer look. Yeah, you'll notice that it's CGI. Alright, that was the whole Coneheads. Oh, still a little more. Oh, for the credits. That music, man, sounds terrible. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, you got the Wallace and Gromit Rabbit movie. I I think I saw that. Pretty sure I saw it. It's good. It's a good one. All right, now time to go to a much easier, less frustrating game. Now, what's that beeping? What the fuck was that? No, it's weird. I paused the video. Wait, what? I fucking hit pause. This shit just continues. Okay. The Rudolph people? Oh yeah, Rankin Bass. Yeah, so they made one of those animated Lord of the Rings movies. I think the last one. The Return of the King, which I don't think I ever saw it. I found it on online, but yeah, I was watching it and I was like, damn, did I watch this? I don't know. I know I saw the ones that you showed, the the Fellowship or whatever they call that one. I saw that one in the 90s or something. I rented it from Blockbuster way back then. Oh shit, those was still playing something. Damn, almost 10 hours. Playing Soma. Cheeseburger. Damn, he's been out for 11 hours. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Alright, hold up. Just checking. Glitzy said she was gonna be live on Instagram or some shit. I don't know when, but yeah, it looks like she's still not. I haven't even seen anybody go live on Instagram, so I don't know. Is that some shit you could do? Alright, let's see what the hell. Oh, Pirates movie? There you go. Yeah, that's Hugh Grant, right? Yeah, that's him for sure. Yeah. I don't know if they say his name or anything because they don't really care about who's starring in these movies. Yeah, this was a good one, man. I don't think a lot of people saw it though. I think it kind of flopped. Flopped in the theaters, but it's good, man. I don't know. With these claymation movies, a lot of them they don't make a lot of money. Oh, you saw it in theater with your dad? Damn. Damn, how old is that one? Shit. Is it from like before 2010 or something? So you're gonna put on that Mario Party game. Try to finish that one up. 2012. Oh shit, man! I thought it was older. Let's see, Mario Party Circus. What the fuck was the name? Oh, Flushed Away was super old. Okay, I mean older than that. 06. Okay, shit. So they tried to make a CGI movie way back then. Yeah, that was kind of a weird ass move for them. A famous claymation company to suddenly make a CGI movie. I guess that they were thinking like, oh, it's cheaper, and what the hell, we wanna pop out a bunch of movies faster. 'Cause yeah, doing it the real way, claymation, it takes fucking years and years, like 4 years to make one. Oh, you know what? Let's see, where is Mario Circus or whatever that was called? Do I not have it? Hmm. Weird, I guess I gotta get it from over here. Mario Donkey Kong? Oh, Carnival. What the fuck? That's what it's called. Mario's Carnival Quest. Yeah, cause I think I gotta do the same thing. Throw the game into RetroArch. Oh, weird. A weird way. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, Mario, Luigi, Mario Golf. Yeah, there's no other way to do it. Gotta play it this awkward ass way. What's that? Ryan Reynolds is making a Mighty Mouse. Really? Mighty Mouse movie just announced. Oh, hey, Umbrin. Welcome in. Been lurking? Alright. Cool. Boy, you and your random ass emoji. That one's not random. That one's about doing the duck. Oh, you haven't heard about doing the duck? Alright, now I gotta get this game up on the screen. There you go.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
McDonald's gave me diabetes just for redeem tag dance.
Party World. Hopefully this is saved. Welcome to Party World. You know him and Howard the Duck? It's only 11:46. You're not doing a duck dance? Aw, damn. Mexicat dance. Names Tumble, Shroom City. Current game, yes. Okay. Alright, cool. It's saved. Oh yeah, what was I doing? No quests. Alright. Yeah, which way do I even want to go though? Item shop. Bob Amba. Goombob. Swamp House. Swamp House. See what the hell's going on here. Oh you got turkeys, Savage? Little turkey emotes. Swamp House, would you like to stop here? Yeah. The name's Swamp. I've been robbed. You gotta help. Weeping Swamp. Perfect Thanksgiving emotes. And perfect for a Godzilla. If he was here. He always likes any bird related stuff. Crazy Kermit. Oh yeah, looks pretty fucked up. Thanks for the offer, but you don't have. So what's all this? Hey, who are you? I'm Shroomlak from Toadland. Did you call for the police? Yeah, that's me. I got robbed for 40 coins. What? 40 coins? That's enough for 2 stars. Tell me how exactly did it happen? Personally, you don't know how you'd feel about getting bread fisted? Oh, like a turkey? Up your dead ass? Yeah. Can't say that's something anybody wants. Most people don't want that. Well, when I came home, the coins was gone. Should watch what? Free Bird. Free Bird. Damn, I don't know what the hell that one is. Free Bird. Is that an old one? Turkey porn? Umbrin wants to watch turkey porn, I guess. Got anything like that, Mechas? You buy any turkey porn? So Thomp, you were out when it happened. Turkey movie where they go back in time, though. What is that? Yeah, but I locked up all the doors, you know. Your house was totally secure. Then how did the culprit get in? I don't know. Why are you asking me anyway? More turkey emotes. Oh, what the hell? I guess I pinned that emote. Accidentally. Birds go back in time to take turkey off the Thanksgiving menu. Which is Chuck E. Cheese pizza? What? What the hell? Actually a bad movie. Wonder if you can find it. But nobody knows the name of that movie? I don't think I've ever heard of that. This is a tough case, but my hunch tells me that your house holds the clues to solve it. Mario, would you mind looking for clues? Thanks, that'll be a great help. See if you can find some kind of clue. You found it? Oh shit. It's a sandbag for karate practice. Full of sand and it looks heavy. Some garbage can, nothing special. Some trash inside, mostly paper. Oh, what? This is the entire movie? It is, right? 1 hour, 30 minutes. Take a break to watch this. Damn. Some crazy movie company behind it. With a badass logo. Is that Owen Wilson? Oh shit. Oh, now I recognize it. Oh, that's not Owen Wilson, that's his brother, Luke Wilson, right? Oh, it is Owen Wilson? Oh shit. Okay, now I remember this movie. I've never seen it, but I do remember the commercials and shit. But I forgot the title was Freebird. Yeah, weird. So that's about time traveling turkeys? What the fuck? Talking turkey? I didn't know it was about time travel. What the fuck? So the punching bag for boxing practice. The ball moves when you hit it. It looks new. Small, messy stack of books. There's one called How to Make Friends. This is the only door into the house. It's small, smaller than Thwomp, even. So how does he get out? Sounds like a lot of bullshit. Did you find anything? Are you done looking? Shit, what else is there? Oh, wait, I thought you said it was a terrible movie. Or did Maka say it sucked? You can't see the rock characters without seeing Conker's Bad for a day. Get this fat bitch off me. If you're gaming, don't want to interrupt your stream. Oh, none of this matters, Umbran. just fucking around. Could play a game, watch a movie, whatever. I don't take any of this shit seriously. Okay, it is Owen Wilson. As soon as you're talking to me, yeah. A decent movie. Okay, I thought someone said it sucked. Balls move when you hit them. Take notes. Turkey and Freebird is Owen Wilson. Oh, I misread what you said. Okay, yeah, I thought somebody said it was a bad movie. But if it's Owen Wilson, how could it be bad? There's one called How to Make Friends. Okay. I don't know. None of these clues are anything. Thanks for your work. Show me the clue that reveals the criminal. The door, I guess. Because how can he get out? Just as I thought, I agree completely. Look at the door and you have the answer. What? What are you saying? Who done it? Culprit here. Is you, Mr. Swamp. What? But that don't make no sense. You say you were robbed while you were out. That's right. But how did you leave? Your door's too small. Can't fit through your own doorway. Sniff. I got so lonely I don't got no friends. Nobody ever comes by to see me. Just wanted somebody to care about me. Aw, what a sad story. Who boy? Normally I'd arrest him now. But he was just sad. Sad and lonely. There's no need to lie. I'll be your friend. Aw, gee, thanks. Man, this is not what I expected from Mario Party. Must be going. Time waits for no man. We'll meet again. What a weird part of the game. The fuck? You're a blackhead.
I'm telling you, you guys are doing
What the actual fuck?
Hey, did you hear the
Oh
news?
yeah, the
The
clip.
Yakman useless people are up in the stands. Yeah, they're buying up all the winners. Useless, you know, glue.
Damn, still the hat to trap.
Hey, this is easier than I thought. Yeah? Well, don't get cocky. Hey, Lindbergh, quit.
Sorry for the trouble. Let me give you this. Eye exam. Thanks for everything. Everything. I mean it, buddy. Ads. Yep, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 25 seconds. Quest complete. Free, what? Free birds? Oh, free on YouTube. Okay. I mean, that was it. Yeah. That was the whole movie about to start right there. I mean, it did start. He tried subbing Twitch, said no. That's where, yeah, that's where he got it. Really? Twitch said no to a sub? What the hell? I guess you're an ass. Amp's having a hard time in the game room. Wonder what happened. Go find out, will you? Oh, that was it? Game room B. Literally, it does this thing where you're on mobile and can't sub for a while for whatever. Oh, that's fucking weird as hell. Twitch is fucking doing some goofy shit. Yeah, what the hell's that about? Town game room B, would you like to go? Yes. There's a lot of buzz about this game. Game room, I hear you can win a ton here. Shocking. Oh, is it afternoon already, video? Oh, for you, I guess, right? Yeah, good afternoon, video. What? The president of Freebird sounds like Owen Wilson. Oh, he's doing two voices in that movie? 12:05 where you're at. Just past afternoon. The president sounds like Bill Clinton. Oh, okay, that's totally different. Is it supposed to take place in the 90s? But listen, I really need some help here. Sure. Yeah, good morning for me. Still got a little bit more to go there. You're going to help me? That's great. See, just been playing games here. Thing is, I just keep losing, really. If you could win once, my luck might change. Perfect, this will be a blast. Just play this game until you beat it. If you can pull it off, you can keep the game. Not a bad deal. Match 'em all. Sounds like an easy one. Hopefully. Win at least one coin. One coin more than you start with. Great. Beat this game and I'm ohm free. Change coins. Start game. Stop real. LR. Next screen. Line up the symbols with the lines. See if you can win. Oh, it's a slot machine, isn't it? Let's do all of them. Oh shit, what the? 3 stars, 250. Alright. I gotta stop it. Oh man. Shit. Damn, I used to do that in Super Mario 3. Just fucking go fast and you'll get it. This shit's impossible. Just trying to do it on my own. Nope. Ooh, almost. Go all out. Wait, that worked? What? Oh, if you just get one green, you win one. 2 green, so shells are the best, I guess. 3 red shells, 20. Damn. I don't know, this is tough. Damn. Yeah, that's a tough one, shit. That's just straight up gambling. Yep. Oh, hey, Fexy. Howdy. Shout out. Didn't do shout out for video, right? Yeah, let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. That's exactly what happened there. Ah, dang it. What is that? Is that Shin Megami? Big boob game? Big bouncing boob game?
Of course I did it like right at the end. Oh, hey, big girl.
No problem, Fexy. That clip was worth it. Want to see more bouncing boobs? And just for the hell of it, see a classic.
It smells like butthole. You can't cook butthole at least.
Yeah, was that Shin Megami or? Can never tell those games apart. Any of those anime, RPG or whatever the hell.
Days. Okay, now, don't step in this right here, whatever you do. Do not step in that. We haven't had it analyzed and I have no idea what it is. But it's sticky. Now you're really in the bowels of creative engineering now.
Oh, shit,
this is, once you pass the sticky goo, you're into
hell yeah, I
a
got
mess.
it. Damn, I was lucky as hell. Got 3 red shells. Don't step in that. Oh, the clip. Oh, it was Shin Megami Tensei. Alright. Yeah, man. So many games make me think it's that Shin Megami or I don't know what the hell. They all start to look the same. Once you pass the sticky goo, you're into a mess. Hey, you won. My luck's finally gonna change. Here, you get to keep this mini game. Help me out of my bad streak. One good thing after another, eh? Say you're not the game mage, are you? You gonna stream Freebird tonight? Yeah, why not? Just don't fall asleep. He'll be alright. Yeah, it's Thanksgiving, so perfect time. Shit. Forget I said anything. Quest complete. How many more? 33 to go. Doing it. We're making progress. Here the Babam boss is in his condo. Wonder where he could be hiding. In the basement. That's what they said. Oh, there's no. Damn. First floor, I guess. Probably do a game stream, then do that. Hey, what's up? I'm Mushbert. Think you should watch the movie first, no? Oh yeah, Karate Kid. Yeah, let's check that out. Oh hey, what's up? Mushbert, dude. Toad Force 5 totally rocks. I love that show. I know all about it. Go ahead, ask me anything, really. Only could we do it later? I'm busy. Oh, what? Spin the wheel. Oh shit. Spin the wheel. Melon Folly. Finish the game before time runs out. Nab all the fruit, but don't fall in. Try to grab the melon last. Move and dash. Grab the melon last. Oh, what the hell? Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Damn, what the fuck? It's like a fucking Wario game. Better luck next time. There's a robbery at the bank. Don't you want to know? Pull the heist. If I could make it. Shit. It's gonna be too far. Yeah, I should probably just check out Bob Amba. Haven't done that one. Would you like to stop here? Yes. Babamba. I'm Babamba. Bob Amba. Nice to meet you. Listen, I've got a favor to ask. What is it? Flowers are a blast. Thanks, it's no biggie, but I'm after a gift. I'm after a flower. A healthy, pretty flower. Could you go get a flower for me? Oh shit, the game doesn't have sound. Fuck. I gotta take it off. Okay, shit. Didn't realize the sound was off. Oh, thanks, honey. You're so sweet. Now I want a healthy, pretty flower. Okay, you'll find one in the desert. Shit, I can't make it to the desert. Bring me one and I'll give you a gadget. Too far. Wait, oh yeah, the bank got robbed. See what's up with this. Didn't I do this one? Good heavens, been robbed. Oh, I think I gotta ask 3 people about it. Probably a robbery. Give you a gadget, call the police, never came. Shroom block. Power went out, lights had gone out. All the coins in the safe were gone. I see, was anyone in the bank? Oh yeah, go there. There you go, 3. I don't know where Paratroopa is though. I would have seen the light. That means the criminal was already inside. Where are those 3 now? They left after the power came back. Yeah, I gotta go ask them. Shit. Yeah, I can't make this one either. Eyeballs right there. Goombob's there. You're barely making it. I'm Goombob, what can I do for you? Where's the money? About the robbery, I don't know anything. It was black as night in there, truly. When it went dark, I heard the safe open. But that's all I know, and I didn't do it. It's not gonna say anything else. How's it going? Don't go sharing this with anyone, but there's a girl I like. Shush. It's a secret. And that's that. You're all out of mushrooms. Womp womp womp. Wow, wow, wow. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. New character. Luigi, why not? Lucky 2's a big fan of Toad Force, okay. But he can't remember some trivia about it. Damn, what does that mean? What is this? Dual tower. Would you like to stop? Yeah. Even though it's on an island? Ah, you've made it to Dual Tower, I see. And Mauser, I've been watching you. This tower is a testing ground for duelists. Do you know the duelist greeting? Hi. Disappointed I had high hopes for you. Aw, get the fuck out of here. What? Dual Tower is a great training ground. It's a rough place, but you'll learn a lot. Let's try that shit again, I guess. It's not high, so what is it? Duel. Oh man. Rumor has it there is a treasure here, but nobody knows if it's really true. Charge. That's it, the sound of a battle cry. You may begin your training. Charge. Dual Tower. There are 3 levels in this tower. On each, a fierce duelist awaits. If you can beat each, your training is done. Once you are done, you will know true power. We shall meet again. Charge. I'm Womp. I'm the guard of the first level. I don't got much to say, so let's duel. All about the power match. Here, let me show you this duel game. Win and you can go to the 2nd floor. Deal. Stare scare. Reach the end first before time runs out. Let's do this. Let's do this thing. Climb stairs, uh-oh. Earthquake, quickly run up the stairs before they fall apart. Oh shit. Oh shit, what? Did she just jump all the way? Oh, okay, that was it. That was easy. Uh-oh. Man, I didn't think you'd be so strong. Alright, I keep my word. Go on to the 2nd floor. There's someone tougher in me up there. Gotta go start over with the training. So you've come, I knew you would make it. You have the skills of a master duelist. Dual Tower. On this floor awaits another great duelist. If you win this duel, come to the 3rd floor. I'll be waiting there for your arrival. Shall meet again. Whoa. What? Charge. I'm Salvo, duelist extraordinaire. Let's have us a little battle. Don't underestimate me because I'm beefy. I've got skills you've never even heard of. If you beat me, you can have the duel game. Lose and you get nothing. Volley bomb. Beat your opponent. Let's begin. Lego Lord of the Rings and Chicken Police. Oh, you got them? Alright, cool. Move, jump, swing hammer. Volley bombs, bombs. And blast your foe. Earn 3 points to win. Oh shit. Damn. No. Oh fuck. Damn. Alright, nice. You feel dumb now because didn't say Chicken Police was free? Chicken Police. No, that was some other game, I think. But I think Chicken Police you still gotta pay. On Steam anyways, I don't know, other stores maybe? Chicken Police. Oh, you know what I said about Chicken Police? That I played it for free because it was on Amazon Luna. Back when I had that. There's a free demo for Chicken Police, but the game is still $20 on Steam. Yeah, so I don't know, how much did you pay for it? Hopefully less than $20. Skills were no match for you, for your own. It's time for you to head to the 3rd floor. You did it. That means you can go on to level 3. There, the fiercest duelist awaits you. You've made it to the 3rd floor. I was right to have faith in you. All doubt has been erased from my mind. You've beaten skill and brute strength, but the duelist mind is the most important. A true duelist has a strong mind. You are ready for the final duel. Your foe, whose mind is your match, is me. The final battle begins. Charge. I expect no less from such a fine duelist. If you win, you may keep this duel game. It's the mind. Be forceful yet calm. Chicken. Chicken Police. Hold out longer than your opponents. Prepare yourself, my mind is strong. Flee, fake out. Swamp's about to fall. Stay under it the longest and you win. Oh shit. Fucking hell. Man, how could I predict when that was gonna fall? Damn it. Didn't win. This quest isn't over yet. Okay, another try. That's the spirit. Let's go. Yeah, this one, total guessing game. Whoa, shit. I gotta fucking see what Yoshi's doing. Oh, that counts? Shit, okay. You won. Victory was in your mind all along. You have earned this duel game. It's the result of your talent and efforts. You mastered skill, strength, and mind. Use that power for justice. Use it well. Bowser is conspiring to conquer the world. Only you can stop him. Counting on you. shit, Bowser. New pipe. Wow, you already finished 20 quests. Fine, I'll let you into the next pipe. Bowser. My next quest is at the end of this pipe. It's a romance quest. This time, Guahaha. Romance quest. Finish 5 more quests to open the next pipe. See you then. $30 to go. People say monster. Wait, I did that one, didn't I? Monster lives in this lake. Thought I did that one. Damn. A lot of these are finished. Oh, so I gotta go to the next area. Shit. Oh wait, this one? Sandy Beach. And Lakatu House. Oh shit, hey, what's up, Daniel? Welcome in. Shout out, Daniel. Show us what you got. Oh, where's the clip for Daniel? There you go. There's Berserk.
Something like that. Yeah, the Mario coin's fun, right? Oh, I gotta get all those back in, yeah. Oh, you can do the slide, or we're out of time.
Perfect Mario music for a Mario game. What's up? Just playing this game. This pretty excellent Mario Party single player game. Yeah, Mario music makes the ladies drop the panties. 45 plus. Sadly, those ladies are now 45 plus. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Let me put the game music back up. Get those cougars? Hell yeah. Gen Z doesn't know good gaming. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not interested in a lot of the new games that I guess they're playing. Gen Z's playing. I look at that shit. And I'm like Joe Pesci. Like this.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Macus is Gen Z, and he knows good gaming. Pink Panther Genesis. Yup. Quality game. Oh yeah, pay to win crap? That's the fucking lowest form of video games. Hey, you don't actually have to play. Just give us money and we'll call you a winner. I am Lakitu. First prize, give us 10 bucks, and yeah, you'll take first prize, whatever. Here you go. Here's your shitty trophy. Would you mind doing me a favor? Yes. Thank you. I'm glad I asked. Wanted to ask you about Toad Force 5. Huge fan. Little crazy for it. Love the dialogue. I can quote every line. Except for one. I forgot a line. It's the most famous line in episode 28. I bet I know what line. Is it this one?
Today is fine day in California. Huh? True.
I think it's that line. From episode 28. You know it? Could you tell me the line? Sure thing. Oh, thank you. Please, you have to tell me. You don't know, I'm sure someone does. Just find someone who's a fan and ask him, bam, who's the fan? Red Turtle or some shit?
Garbage day is a very dangerous day.
Garbage day. A huge fan lives in, oh, he knows, Mushroom Condo. Remember, it's the big line from episode 28. Yeah, I gotta make a huge trip all the way up there. Where is it? Right here? No, that's not it. Stadium. Oh, it's somewhere over here. I think. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Damn. Where the hell am I? Oh shit. So I gotta go all the way through this, up. Holy shit, it's far. How the hell can you make that? Damn. Oh wait, that's the fucking wrong way too. Ready? Alright. Shit. Beat the target score before time runs out. Floor it. Move up and down. Right door, left door. Take all the customers to their respective floors and do it fast. What the hell? Shit, I don't know what the fuck. Oh shit, I see. Fuck. Wait. Damn. Get in here. Nope. Goomba and 2 turtles. Oh shit. Okay, no. Oh shit. Keep coming. Oh, little man, yep. Oh man. Shit. Oh, I got it? Alright, damn. Thought I fucked up. Beat it. Congrats. 5 mushrooms. Oh, the minus. Damn, that sucks. Damn, gotta get lucky and get more mushrooms. Koopa Kid here. You win a mini game, I'll give you 2 mushrooms. Don't win, take 2. Damn. Ba-boom. Good luck. Beat the target score. Left, right. Drop, bomb, dash. Time your bomb drops so that you can blast away all the Bowser statues. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay, now. Whoa, 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 shit. Oh. Fucking. Oh, damn. Hurry up. Alright. Oh, man. Holy shit. Is that it? Oh, fuck. That wasn't even anything. Damn. Oh, fuck. Son of a bitch. Oof, that sucked. It's a tough one. He takes 2. Oh well. What? What is this? Empty space. Oh, hey, what's up? I'm Mushbirds. Yep, what brings you here? Episode 28. Yeah, episode 20 is a classic. That last line, it's like, it's a total killer. I know it by heart. Jack saves the day and says, all cool. I'm an iron shroom. Every fan should commit that line to memory. What brings you here? What's Toad Force 5? You never heard of Toad Force 5? It's this amazing robot superhero show. This mushroom robot fights for peace. Brittany, the heroine, is more popular than the show's hero, Jack. Man, I love TFV. Don't lump me in with your everyday nerds. I'm a true fan, and that's all there is. What brings you here? Go back. Mushroom challenge. Oh, another challenge. Gonna need a ton of mushrooms to get back. Reach the end before time runs out. Left and right, jump, punch, shove. Shove thwomps out of your way while fighting off thwomps and pokies. Oh shit, what? Damn it, I don't want. Right, not bad. Oh shit, fucking tons of bots. What the hell? It's like the 4th or 5th bot. God damn. Freaking bots. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bot. They're like fucking roaches. You get 10 mushrooms, alright. Awesome, that's exactly what I needed. Now I can make it back all the way. Was it here? Lakitu, yeah. So down, 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 down. Oh shit, another. Oh, this little shit had to be him. Fucker. Little damn Koopa. It's gonna steal my mushrooms. Dreadmill. Oh, I played this one. Okay, just run. Alright, bam. Nice. Screwed that one up last time. Go to hell, Koopa kid. You beat the minigame, dang it. Don't think I'll forget this. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, I'm going there. didn't think it was possible to make it back. You're back, thank goodness. So, what's the last line of episode 28? I am Iron Shroom. Oh yeah, that's right. That's Jack's line. I'm an Iron Shroom. And that's hardcore. Nothing can beat Toad Force 5. Thanks. Here, have a gadget. You got the bait and wait. Thanks for the help. $29 to go. Boom Bob lives here. He's in love. Right, these are all done. Oh wait, the beach. This thing, Sandy Beach. What a nice beach, and what lovely shells. But I don't need any seashells just now. What? What the hell is that? Has a crush on a certain princess. Bet he'd give her a gadget. And oh damn it. The hell. Rochambeau, let's play. Rock, paper, scissors. If you lose, okay, here we go. Rock, paper, scissors. Go. Rock. A draw? Oh shit. Damn. Got him. Frustrating, be back. Damn, another one. Real cheap. Target score. Move, bobber. Reel in. Aim for a cheap. And then press the right buttons to reel them in. Oh shit. Damn, really fucking for real with that shit? Oh damn, okay. RRLL. Shit. Son of a bitch. Thought I just had to tap the buttons. You beat. Dang it. Oh my god, this fucking little asshole. Shit. Rock, paper, scissors again. That's for a
my
sub.
life or death, I can protect you. I will. You have my sword. And you have my bow.
and my axe.
Boyo Sobernik just subscribed.
Thanks for the sub, Hollow. Love that alert from Lord of the Rings. I was like, what's showing up on screen right now? Oh shit, a sub. Awesome. Oh, you don't know when you're sub right now? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to keep track of them. Like, I'll think somebody's subbed, and then commercials pop up, and I'll be like talking to them, and they're like, oh, I'm in ads right now. Whoops. A banger alert. No worries, man. I was already subbed to you like months ago. I thought so too. I don't know. I figured, yeah. Didn't Hollow already sub a while ago? Rock, paper, which one? Paper, let's see what the hell. Is it gonna be paper? Oh, the bastard one. What's this? Showtime, good job, Koopa Kid. Oh, ads are on now? Oh. Speaking of ads, now they're actually running. What the hell? But since you subbed, I know you could hear me if you're there. Yeah, Umbran's in ads. Man, they're sneaking up on me. So that was ad break number 5, right? Except I think there's ads when you first start streaming, so I guess that's actually 6. Showtime, good job, Koopa Kid. Take one of your precious mushrooms, bastard. Just like that. Quahaha. See you later. Shit, where was I even going now? Oh yeah, this guy's house. Shroomlak. See what the hell he's doing. Working, so lurking, brother, but you're here. Oh yeah, thanks. Anytime you lurk is greatly appreciated, as always. So that's awesome. Work and lurk. Oh, hello, can I help you? Are you here for Shroomlak? Oh, he's gone? He's out. However, I think I can give you a tiny clue. Have you seen those vending machines? The darn things sell nothing but coal. What? No. I don't know what the hell that is. Oh, another challenge. 33 seconds for ads. Alright, reach the end before time runs out. Sled slide. Left, right, accelerate, brake, hop on a sled, and race around the rink to win. Alright, let's see how this shit is. Accelerate, brake. Oh shit, crazy turn, okay. Whoa. Oh no, no, it's gonna be fucked up. No. Damn. You gotta do that like perfect. Oh shit. A bomb boss is in this condo. Wonder where he could be hiding. Oh, I think I know actually. There was that weird secret hiding place, it seemed like. Oh, fuck. It's right there. Come on. This fucking blank space. There we go. Hey, how did you find me down here? My name's Big Bob Bomb. How you doing? So now that you're here, what do you want? Let's talk. Big Boss Bomb. Well, just relax. I'm not going anywhere. A fiery look in your eyes takes me back. Hey, I know. You wanna play the dice game? If you beat me, you can have a gadget. How about it? You wanna play or what? Yeah, haha, you're so polite, that's great. You win if you get the higher number 3 times. Alright, let's go. Let's roll. Let's begin. Won't go easy on you. Oh shit, 10. Lost already. Ah, mine's bigger. Get the fuck out of here. Damn. Alright, come on, better win this shit. Oof. Started. Haven't even started yet? Damn, how many more? Shit. Oh yeah, 3. Forgot already. Oh no. Damn. One more. Oh, you motherfucker. Oh shit. Lucky as hell. You're not half bad, kid. Ha ha ha, I lost. That's incredible. Here's something else, kid. Great job. Like I said, here's a gadget. Damn, that was fucking lucky. You got the stress press. With someone like you in our gang, that Bowser wouldn't act so tough. See, this Bowser guy showed up recently. He's been making a real mess in town. Sorry, crankiness comes with old age. Stop by anytime. I'll be hanging out here. Alright, that was excellent. $28 to go. Shy guy at the station. Master is at a loss. What could have happened? Wait, is there anything else? Oh, what is this? Boom, oh, boom bob. Item shop. Yeah, I guess that's good enough. Or this game room A. Yeah, let's check this out. Oh, who the hell? This game room is the best in town. You win more here than you can next door. Enough about that, I need your help. Winners keepers. Great, you're such a down-to-earth person. I've been playing games here for a bit. Cheeseburger cats. What's up, man? Welcome in.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Just got home from work. It was smooth. Thank God. Alright, that's cool.
Nice.
Let's see. Oh, this is a super short video. That's it. Shame that game died. Yeah, pretty. Just came and went. It's like a Star Wars game. It was fun for that little time. How was Maximo? I haven't beat it yet, but making progress. I beat the ice world, and now I'm in number 4, which I don't know if that's the final one, but it looks like I entered pretty much hell, surrounded by fucking red fire everywhere. So hopefully that's the final level. I don't know. I beat like 3 bosses. No, I think there's still 2 more bosses, so probably need 2 more worlds or something. Oh, Ghost to Glory, the first one. Yeah, I never played the second one, but I did download it, so I'll get around to playing that one eventually. I hope that one's easier, like they toned down the difficulty or some shit, cause damn, this one's pretty fucking tough. I've been playing games here for a bit. The thing is, I'm in a terrible slump. Think you can beat this game and end my slump? Sure, buddy. Oh, thank you. Here's what I want you to do. Play this game. If you can beat it, you can keep it. If you want the mini game, scratch them. Win at least 1 coin more than you started with. Go to it and have fun. You dig? Change coins. Start game. Scratch. Card. LR next screen. Scratch 5 spaces. Get a series and you win. Some spaces are worth more. Oh shit, what the? Okay. Just gotta get a bunch in a row. And start randomly in the middle. Oh shit, a bomb? What the fuck? What? That just kills everything? Oh damn, blank space. What a... Oh, not good enough? Shit. Alright, fucking. Damn, what the fuck? Oh, shit. Damn, I guess it's over with. 0. Shit. Damn, what the fuck? Blank shit or... What the fuck? Oh man. Wait, blank shit means nothing at all, right? Yeah, I'm guessing if it's blank, you don't get crap. Oh shit, why did I go up? Fuck. Damn. Alright, that's something. Oh. Oh shit. What is it? 4 in a row, you get 5. And just 3, you get 1 measly ass coin or whatever. Yeah, coins. Damn, that sucks. Oh shit. Worthless. Damn. I wonder if diagonal even counts.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Street Fighter 5. Oh shit. Oh. Oh. He got up to celebrate. Damn. That's fucked up. Poor guy, what the fuck? He thought he actually got the win. Oh, no way, you were there live when it happened? The room was so loud. Damn. That shit would have been fucking hilarious seeing that live. Oh no. Damn, this game's fucked up. Alright, come on. 4 in a row. Nope. Holy shit. Nothing. Wolfcrone was so embarrassed to pop off early to just lose like that. Yeah. Shit. You gotta be humble and fucking don't act like an asshole. If he just kept his cool and waited till it was official whether he won. No, he was like, I fucking won. Time to jump up and down. Oh, that counts as 4? Oh shit, the hell? Alright. Thought they had to be in a row. Ooh, yes, 4. Damn, I just need a little bit more. Damn. Hey, Macus. Bacchus. Ooh. Damn, what the fuck? Now there's gonna be a whole lot of nothing. Star. 3 stars? Nope. Fucking hell. Oh wait, that counts too? Oh, they don't have to be in a row at all? The fuck? Okay. Shit. Had this game all confused then. Alright, that's all I needed. Shit. Damn, yeah, I was playing this all fucked up. Just getting A bunch. Doesn't matter where they are. Hooray, you won for me. My slump is over. You get to keep this mini game. Collecting them, right? Okay. Tears of joy going on here. And even outgame the game mage. Alright. 27 to go. Oh, the robbery, fuck that. It's gonna take too much. Too many mushrooms. And I barely got 4. Oh, what is this? Oh, vending machines. That lady was saying, vending machines, would you like to go? That's weird, they sell only coal. Oh well, I don't need any coal right now. Ah, what a waste. I once saw a UFO on the roof. Oh yeah, I remember starting the game with this, but forgot. What the fuck do they want me to do? Oh shit. There you go. Shit, I gotta do that more often. Just land on the green. Yes, and the rooftop. Mystery. Seeker of mysteries. I delve into unknown secrets of the world. So care to join me? Hey, UFO. Mystery awaits. I hear a UFO lands on this very rooftop. Let's investigate. Pardon me, sir. I hear a UFO lands here. Oh yeah, UFO? Sure. Mystery awaits. Tell me, when does the UFO appear? Here, oh yeah, I gotta do this. Oh, I hated this game. Here, I'll summon the UFO right now. You can do that. Incredible, sure. Want to call it with me? Fuck, this one's hard. Are you serious? How can I resist? What if it's dangerous? Why don't you just fucking do it? Why don't you just goddamn do it? That's right, don't keep mystery waiting. Just follow my lead. Press the buttons. If you don't mind. Alright, B&A, just follow my lead. Raise and raise. Oh man, fucking, I was really paying attention. We did it. UFO. UFO. No mystery is too challenging for us. You did it, Luigi. Good work. I'm gonna give you this special gadget. You got the Morse Maker. Okay, see you later. I gotta make the Lord of the Rings alerts for not just new subs, but any sub. Anytime somebody just subs, it's too good to to just be a one-time thing. You write that shit down. Before I forget. How many more? 26. Damn. Gonna do it. Gonna finish them all. Finish all the quests. Today. Pokey is famous for his fondness for riddles. Think he can answer them correctly. Oh man. Yeah. I guess that's the end of this turn. Yep. I don't even know where I wanted to go. Item shop. But, well, still got this chance. 1, 2, 3, damn. Fantastic dice combo. Yep, somehow I made it. Let's see what's in the item shop. Welcome to junk. Oh, this is the red Koopa I was supposed to search for, I think. The item superstore. We're not quite open yet. Should be open up real soon. A whole lot of mushrooms. Ah, shit. Well. It's 5:30. I mean, it's 5:30. It's been 5 hours, 30 minutes. I think, I'll come back in like 20, 30 minutes. Let's see what kind of... Just let some videos play, I guess. I'll be right back. 9:30. Need some food. Need something to eat. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh shit, the Ace Ventura cartoon video game. I'll let that play right now. See this weird ass fucking Ace Ventura, the cartoon, the video game. Alright, I'll be right back.
I'm getting wrecked now. Holy shit, did I get wrecked? He just bent me over, spread my butt cheeks, and went.
I'm back, baby.
And here we go.
I think it might not be true. I'm not sure. Haunted. Okay, didn't do that. Horror condo. What was this? Cemetery, okay. What is it? I'm too busy to talk. You're Princess Peach, maybe. Huh. Gotta be Princess Peach. Toad Force 5 fans hang out in the basement. You need something if you want to join them. Oh shit. Second floor. Mr. E, Seeker of Mysteries. You have a mystery I can help with? Yes, I'm Sniffit. Do you think you could maybe help me out? Why not? Mystery awaits. So tell me about this mystery of yours. Well, Horror Condo is rumored to be haunted, but I haven't seen a single ghost here. So what do you want me to do? I want you to make a ghost appear here. That's all. Sure, it's no problem at all. Oh, thank you. Well, the princess, would you do it? gladly. Ah, that's the spirit. I do it myself, except the ghosts and I aren't on speaking terms. It's a long story. Anyway, get to it. Wait, get to what? Fuck does he want? What the hell does he want me to do?
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, fuck. Alright. What is this? Oh, it's already on there. Terrifying 911 OP. What? It's a game? Hey, where's the PNG? What the hell? Oh yeah, I guess the static sound, can't see. The plot is Metal Slug killing Osama. Oh shit, really? That would be pretty cool. I thought it was just footage somebody made with the Game Boy camera. But if there's a game, attached to that, I'll play that. You're playing it now only because you found this by accident? And it's insane how decent it is. Right at this moment? Oh shit. Yeah, I see you're playing it. Damn. So it's all in Chinese though. That's the fucked up part. Yeah, it looks like they did a good job with the graphics and shit. I guess they just took pictures of real people. But still, they put some effort into that. But it's like Metal Slug. Does it really look and play like Metal Slug, or a really cheap, shitty version of of that? This would get shot on sight. This would get shot on sight in the US. For a Game Boy Color port, in your opinion, it's really good. Yeah. Wonder. Oh, there you go. You're playing the metal, the actual Metal Slug part of it. Let me see. I want to put this up on screen for a bit. It's hard to hear. I don't know. Can I? Is it just me or can't hear the game? Let's see. It's full volume. Should be fine. Oh shit, that's not it. But how to get on that screen? I put it on fucking cheeseburger. Oh, you're switching games? Bluetooth, you well, can put that on. Okay, I could barely hear you, but yeah, just wanted to see the game for a second on screen. Damn, yeah, for Game Boy Color, that looks good. Yeah, damn, that's fucking really good. It's pretty much exactly Metal Slug, without without as much color. That's all. But it looks like everything's pretty much exactly the way Metal Slug game should look like. Yeah. Now back to Mario Party. Only in China. Yeah, I guess China does not give a shit. They don't care if it's gonna hurt some Americans' feelings. Horror countdown? Oh yeah, I don't know what they want me to do. Oh shit, I did that one already. Damn, that one too. Ice Stadium, Ice Game Room. Shit, what the hell? What else can I do here? The desert. I haven't messed with the desert at all. 5, 4, 3, okay. Oh shit, still. Got no choice. Feels like you haven't seen Cheeseburger in super long because you've been sick. Yeah, I think he's also been kind of on and off Twitch. So yeah, maybe just haven't caught him at the right time either. 3, 2, damn. Wait, how do I get to the desert? Shit. Okay, damn, it's far. There's nothing else really. Bob Amba, I don't know what he wanted. Oh, the bank sucks. Can't do shit at the bank. You were thinking about this too? Guess it was what? You were just thinking about this too. Guess it was before your time. Jim Carrey was everywhere in the 90s. Oh yeah, definitely. He was the biggest movie star in all the mid 90s to late, around there, like 94 to all the way to 2000s. It's like AIDS in the 80s, you couldn't escape Jim. You want to stream Truman Show eventually? That's a full movie. Yeah. That's a good one. Predicted the future, I guess. Somewhat. To the desert. Man, running out of mushrooms so fast. Unless I could win this game, grab it. Let's play. Barbie movie is like Truman Show? Oh. Is it? Damn, I don't know. I still gotta see it. I saw like a little bit of it, but forgot to go back and watch the rest. Yeah, I guess I could kind of see what someone would mean by it's like Truman. Because she starts to figure out like the real world, I think. That the real world exists and she's living in like a fake ass world. Beat the target score before time runs out. Grab it. Move, dive, run. Sneak up on the bunnies. Then dive. Okay, dive. And grab them before they hop away. Damn, this is the music? This is the music for the other game. I mean, for what you're watching, right? I'm like, this is not Mario. I left the I left the volume on, I guess, over here. It sounds pretty cool, whatever the hell. Crazy ass music. Some Ramones? That's the actual music? Holy shit, that's fucking cool. Ramones music in that 9/11 Metal Slug game. It is. You wonder if you have Truman? Oh shit. Got one. Ooh. Where are you? Three more. Oh, no, no, no. Fuck. Oh. You little punk. Shit, now they're good. I'm good at running. Oh, look at that little jerk. Oh, they're all over the place. Okay, shit. There we go. You can throw it on after it. Okay. Beat it. Congrats. As I promise, here are 5 mushrooms. Alright, entering the desert. Yeah, I never went into this pipe house. I wonder what the hell can I do here. It's Bowser's pipe house. Hop in the pipe if you want his gadget. To enter the next pipe, finish one more quest. Alright, let's go with the first one. Mr. Bowser, sir, a customer is incoming. Mushroom challenge time. Spin the wheel. Reach the goal. Stomp bot. XL. Left, right, forward, and brake. Steer your robo boots while avoiding rocks and lava. Don't get burned. Oh shit. Oh, what was that? Health? Shit. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Damn. Ah, that wasn't that hard, but shit. Gotta get used to it first. Too bad, better luck next time. Minus. Would you like to stop at Bowser Stadium? Wahaha, welcome to Bowser Stadium. Welcome, I'm the world's best GK, a living goalkeeper. A living wall. GK means goalkeeper, not good kitty. Gaha, her. You don't have to spell it out. I challenge you. You can only accept one quest at a time. You want to abandon your other quests? Yeah, I don't even know how to do the other one. Goal tenderizer. Haha, so you want to challenge me? Okay, win, and I'll give you a gadget. But scoring off me is gonna be tough. Yeah, tough. You're going down. You sure you want to try? If I may. You're strangely polite, you know? Come on. Oh yeah, you asked for it, it's on. You get 5 kicks on the goal, score 3 points, and I'll let you win. Let you win. Aim with the control pad, kick with A. Got it? Go, Mr. Bowser, sir. Direction, kick. You get 3 goals past. He's covering the whole fucking net. Alright, shoot. How the hell? This is unwinnable. What the fuck? Oh shit. Okay, just kick him in the crotch. Oh, impossible. What? But I've never lost before. Don't cry, Mr. Bowser, sir. I'm not backing down. Let's battle. Win and you get a... Wait, didn't I win already? So... Yours. Lose and you get nothing. Splatterball. Defeat the Koopa Kids before time runs out. How many Koopa Kids will appear? Oh shit. 41. Number of Koopa Kids will be 41. No sweat, no sweat. Let the game begin. Wahaha. Aim, fire, quick aim, reload. Hit the Koopa Kids with paintballs when you run out, reload and fire away. Oh shit. Dang, you run out fast. Shit. Oh man, come on. Nope. Shit. Oh. Damn. Holy shit, just barely. Oh man, time ran. Whoo. You won. What a shocker. Bah, what can I do? I'm a man of my word. You beat the game, you get a gadget. You got the Snooze Use. Snooze Use is a cool gadget. With it you can sleep anytime, anywhere. Just like a log. So dang, that was my favorite gadget. Hey, Deep Peasy? What's up? Mac Master? Is finishing up this game, hopefully. Just you wait. Got like 20 more mini games to beat, I think. Wait, no, that can't be right. No, still like 28, I think. Go, Bowser. Is it? Is that your other account, Darcy? It is? Okay. I didn't realize. 25. You've done 25. You're halfway there. Okay, 25 to go. I'll let you into the next pipe. Rawr. Bowser Gang Boss. Do you stream with this other one? With BPZ? Just you change name and... Oh, okay. Keeping it fresh, pimpins. You recognize the emote? Oh, I didn't notice the emotes. Oh, the emotes that shows under him? Okay. Mecha's new. Also, oh wait, you're one of the people that doesn't have clips. One of the rare people that doesn't have any clips at all. I was gonna do a shout out. But could do a shout out anyways, just for the hell of it. Deep peasy. Finish this quest to get 2 gadgets. That's right, 2 of them. Have fun. Deep peasy is a gamer who beats games, just like a wrestling champ slams their opponents. What you gonna do when this variety streamer takes on No Man's Sky? Brother, they're doing space stuff like a main eventer in the Cosmic Ring. The streamer's all about fun, just like a tag team match with your buddies. Remember, brother, DPZ's here to entertain and dominate. No problem, DPZ. Gotta get used to DPZ now. That's right, 2 of them. Have fun. Finish 5 more quests to open the next pipe. Next one. Okay, see you then. Shit, I might as well do these. Alright, 25 to go. Flutter on the 3rd floor is in love, but who's the object of her affection? The eyeball guy, I know that. You can still call me Garth or whatever, just not late for dinner. Okay, that old joke. You can call me whatever, just not late for dinner. Yeah, I'm gonna do a bunch of these then. Do all the Bowser missions. Oh, you're of the age now? Gotta start doing the old man jokes. Dad jokes. That one would be even older than a dad. That's a granddad joke. Oh, I gotta do the goalkeeper again? Shit. Wait a second. Huh. I was gonna get different missions. Okay, let's see. I can get straight to it. What if I go over here? Shit. No good. Nope. Center is the only way to score, I think. Bug. Ah, impossible. Never lost before. Splatterball, yeah, what the fuck? It's the same game. 45. Damn, even more. Man, already? Shit. Fucking gun runs out right away. Crap, thought I was gonna run out of time there. Phew, okay, but I already did it, so I don't get shit. What a shocker. Pop, pop, pop. Oh, yeah, same thing. Snooze, use. I guess that's worthless then. Going through there. Already got that, so yep. Hammer Bro has the best throwing arm in town. He's tough, but why not challenge him? You were watching some scary movie clips? And what? That movie was funny as hell. No, which one? Oh, you just mean, yeah, the movie, scary movie, okay. I don't think I really watched all of that. I think I saw the ending. Because I went with some friends and we were super late to the movie? I think we just saw the very ending. Like the last, I don't know, 15 minutes or some shit. Oh, here's those stupid pipes. Okay, enter the next 5 more quests. It was a spoof of, yeah, of I Know What You Did Last Summer. But guess what, Mechas? What happened? Alright, did the blue one, so fuck it, let's see. Let's do the one next to it. And 3 more to go. Mr. Frostbite. Would you like to stop here? Yes. You bought Adam's Family? Switch. On sale, it looks like shit. Creepy and kooky. Adam's Family on the Switch? What the fuck is that? What does that look like? Let me take a look at that. Let's see. Oh, okay, looks like the animated movie. Here, let's take a look at that trailer. Hopefully it's on the right window. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Mysterious and spooky, altogether ooky. What the hell? They're tiny? What the fuck? They're tiny throughout the entire game. Why? What a weird ass idea for Adam's Family. Yeah, why the hell do they shrink them down? Kind of a weird story to go with. Oh, how much was it? Walmart trying to get rid of this shit quick. Oh, you got it from Walmart? Wait, 14? Damn. That's still too much. Oh, down from 40. Still, I wouldn't pay 14 for that game. Mystery, seeker of mysteries. I hear a Bigfoot prowls the snowy mountain. Fear not, I am skilled in Bigfoot fisticuffs. Tut. There it is. There he is. Sorry. Brr, welcome to my Mount Frostbite. Achoo. Achoo. It's so cold, I hate the cold. Rar. Yeah, I hate the cold. Are you looking for a fight up here? You got it. You got it. You damn right. There's nothing I like more than a good joke. But I can't tell jokes, I totally freeze up. See? He's frozen even now. If you warm me up with funny jokes, I'll let you have a gadget. Achoo. Oh, ads. Ads coming up. I'll do it. Thanks. I should be okay soon, right? Achoo. Okay, no. Now I'm gonna say something to you. You have to respond with a witty joke. Answer all 3 questions and you get a gadget. Brr. Let's begin. Here's the first joke. What does a fashionable snake wear? Fashionable snake? A boa tie. Gwahaha. Hey, that's hysterical. Gwahaha. Whoa, I'm getting warmer. Keep it up. Here's your second joke. We're counting on you. What do you say when you trip someone? Sorry, are you hurt? See you next fall. Gwahaha, it's funny because someone got hurt. Gwahaha, you're killing me. I'm starting to thaw. Keep 'em coming. Here's a third and a final joke. Here it is. Ready for this? You ready for this? How do you know if it will rain today? No clue. Look up. Wait till tomorrow. Look up. No clue. Wait till tomorrow. Oh yeah, wait till tomorrow. Makes sense. Yeah. Ha, and I used to think you were such a drip. Wahaha, bravo. I can feel my fingers. I'm back in action. Thanks, I thought I was a Bowser sickle. We're toasty now. Well, like I said, here's a gadget. Beat this game and the gadget is yours. Yours. If you can't, you don't get a gadget. You have to do the whole quest over. Crushed ice. Crush all the Koopa kids before time runs out. You're considering streaming for longer to at least get through your backlog, and you're bored at home anyway, so might as well stream. Yeah, I don't know why you haven't been streaming as much lately. You're starting to buy too much again, and usually when you stream you don't buy as much. Yeah, not enough cutting through that backlog and just adding to it. Yeah, you're never gonna get through all those games if you keep buying more. How many Koopa kids will be? Oh shit. Damn, 42. Wahaha. Number of Koopa kids is 42. No sweat, no sweat. See how badly you fail. Wahaha. Sick. You're still, wait, you're still sick? Too? You you went from puking and headaches to shitting constantly. Damn, what the fuck? That medicine still messing with you? Damn. That medicine is fucked up. Crushed ice. Ride the spiky ice crusher and run down the skating Koopa kids. Oh, damn. The fuck? Wait, what were the instructions? Shit. And do I have to knock them out or just gotta send them flying? Oh yeah, they gotta go flying. Shit. Damn, where are they now? Fucking hell. Shit, one more? What are you? Shit. Damn, I was going down to the last few seconds. Yeah, Mac is what you taking. It's fucking you up. I had an off day yesterday, so it didn't feel like streaming. Diabetes shit. Told the doctor I'm not taking it anymore. I had an off day yesterday too, so it didn't feel like streaming. Kept getting mad at little things. For some reason, it was weird. Yeah, feeling sick like that, I think, yeah, everything would irritate you if you feel bad on the inside. You beat the minigame. Uh-oh, that means you get a gadget. Here you go. Breeze Buddy is a very cool gadget. You can stay cool with it. Noah kept getting stupid people in his stream yesterday. Oh, yeah. More. Oh, yeah, he's streaming right now, right? I mean, leave a lurk for him. Is he streaming? I don't see his name. Where the hell? Oh, he's up here. Mm. Yeah, lots of assholes bothering Noah all the time and shit, it seems. Who else is up here? Da, 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 da. Lurk and lurk and lurk. Lurk for you. Lurk for this person, that person. Although they say you can only really have 3 tabs open, or I mean, that's something I heard. You can only really be in 3 people's streams at a time. If you have like 4 tabs open, the 4th one doesn't count. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. They still pass commercials on all the fucking tabs I got open. Like for Noah, this person 1, 2, got 4 windows open. Lurking in all of those. And if you watch all of them, there's commercials in all of them every little while. So I don't know what the hell. Somebody just came up with that oh, you're not counted as a viewer in anything over 3 streams. That's all that counts. Hope they can get it changed for you. You don't have them weird side effects. There was a guy that was like, Noah, I made a slideshow about you, and was like, what the hell? I wanted to yell at that guy. Noah did a share stream yesterday, and he sent a Kung Pao scene. Everyone was like, what the hell is this? Oh, is that what? Yeah, I kind of noticed something weird. He was just showing whatever people sent him or something like that. Yeah, it was weird not seeing Kingdom Hearts or whatever he was playing. Suddenly he stopped to show some random stuff. You know, here being a snowy peak. See you later, burp. Burp. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Noah do that before. He must have been watching my stream and been like, I'm gonna start showing random shit. Ninji on the first floor loves TV. Oh yeah, looking for a DVD. Looking for a DVD just like Macus. Oh yeah, what was that DVD? Oh, Barnyard, right? You couldn't find that for a while? It was in the laundry basket or something. Alright, this one. The gray one. Yeah. Bowser hideout. Let's kick Bowser's ass. Glahaha, you've got nerve coming here. Muhaha. I am Bowser, gang boss, beyond compare. I am his loyal lackey, Koopa Kid. We're gonna squash this pathetic town. The Babams can't stop us. Waha. Let me guess, you want a duel? Yeah, follow that bird was in the laundry basket too. Follow that bird. You got that right. Boss Bowser. Gwahaha. Don't know your limits, do you? That's right. You don't know your limits. Win this duel and I'll give you 2 gadgets. But you don't stand a chance. You're still wet behind the ears. I'll give you one last chance to back out. Just fight already. Hey now, don't throw a tantrum. Yeah, chill out, why don't you? Wahaha. Never mind, let's duel. In this duel, you must guess if our card is bigger or smaller than the last card. Bigger or smaller? If you guess correctly 3 times, you win. Got it? And let the duel begin. Duel. You can do it, Mr. Bowser, sir. We're about to do a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel. You win if you... Oh, shit. Alright, here we go. What am I doing? Use the control pad and A to select. Shit, they don't give me time to think what I'm doing. Alright, oh, is it gonna be higher or lower? Oh, this is some Price is Right shit. Okay, that's easy. You do kinda wish Noah kept his stream 18 plus, because now all those kids are coming back. Oh. Like he had people leave? He had kids that left and then now they're back? Lower than 9, of course. Yep. 2 in a row. Oh shit, 7. It's gonna be a little risky. Yeah, there you go. I lost. I don't know. I didn't notice any change in his stream, like people that were suddenly gone or anything. And now they're back. You beat me, what a shock. Cheer up, Mr. Bowser. Sir, let's battle with a minigame. The gadgets are yours if you win. All yours. If you don't get them. You'll have to do it all over again. Koopa Kappa. Drop capsule. Lids. Drop capsule lids on the Koopa kids. Because now all those kids are coming back. It's hard to explain. Yeah, maybe I don't really pay attention closely to Noah's stream, like who's there, who's not. I don't know. I barely notice Any different people? So how many Koopa Kids will this game have? 30, 30, 30, 30. Yeah. Koopa Kids is 31. No sweat, piece of cake. Cake. Quiet you. Okay, begin the minigame. Drop capsule. Oh, what? Everything's drop. LRAB. Press the right button to drop capsule lids on each of the Koopa Kids. Oh shit, they got the letter A on. Okay. Oh, fuck. Missed that last one. Damn, where's the time? Oh shit. No, fuck. Oh shit, did I... Oh, that was it? Oh, fucking hell. Shit, it's almost Thanksgiving. Yeah. Yeah, it's Thanksgiving week. You could say every day is Thanksgiving this week. You didn't win, this quest isn't over yet. Okay, yeah. Try again. Speed it up though. Oh shit, again? Man, getting a ton of these assholes. What does it say now? Cheap viewers, viewer zone, whatever. Bullshit. Man, got like fucking 10 of those today for some reason. You've been out of it for a bit? Oh, you go to your grandpa's nephew house for Thanksgiving. You call him Uncle Phil. Grandpa's nephew. Grandpa's nephew? Isn't that your uncle anyways? Wouldn't that be your uncle? Grandpa's nephew? That sounds confusing when you put it that way. Oh shit, you needed to get all of them perfectly. Holy shit. Or nah, maybe just because I hit 31, that was all. Now, uncle would be grandpa's brother. Okay, yeah, I don't... There's gotta be something in their grandpa's nephew. Such a weird... My grandpa's nephew, like, that's gotta be something else. Or is it just nothing? Not a real connection. You even beat my minigame? Eat it. I can't believe it. You get the gadgets. They're all yours. You got the full flame. Yeah, if you can't figure it out, you just call whatever grandpa's nephew. Everybody's suddenly uncle. That's good enough. Hey, my dad's aunt, something like what? What is that? You got the hourglass, yeah. That's what I would call some cousins that were older than me. We would call them uncles just for the hell of it. Because they were old, so just call everybody that's older than you uncle. Full flames, a useful gadget. Wind and rain can't put out this flame. Fantastic. Hourglass is a high-tech gadget. It's an advanced clock, very new. But dang, I lost 2 gadgets. Poor Mr. Bowser. Don't you forget this girl. Yeah, if it was your grandpa's brother, not only is that your uncle, but it's like your great uncle, right? Because your regular uncle is your dad's brother, and then if it's your grandpa's brother, you gotta give him a better title. Great uncle, I'm guessing. Oh shit, all out of mushrooms. Oh shit, no, fuck. I didn't want to restart. Yeah, that's okay. The rewind seems to be working now. Okay, yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Want a new character. Alright, so Princess Peach finally, yep. Let's go talk to that eyeball guy. Oh, the monster. Really true. Lock Dory. Mystery. Seeker of mysteries. I hear a monster lurks within this lake. Yeah. There it is. Don't let it eat me. My name's Dory and I'm so lonely. I want a friend. One who can understand me. One who knows what it's like being a dinosaur. If only there were someone like that. What? Oh shit. Oh, this one with the mustache crap. She needs a friend? Damn, I don't know. No wonder I didn't finish that one. Oh, damn, Koopa Kid. Oh, Mr. Bowser, sir, why? Whoops, sorry, kid. I'm gonna block your way. Oh, shit. Yeah, first time I've seen that. Alright, can't do that. Pedal House. Oh, yeah. That would be a good one, I guess. Deliver a letter or some shit. You there, I long for assistance. Blossom of my heart. Oh, thank you, I'm Pedal Guy. Cupid's arrow has struck me true. Fall in love, but I know not where. My love lies, seen her once in town. Find her and I'll give you a gadget. Let me describe my dearest in detail. She is delicate, like a fragile butterfly, full of life and color like a flower. Butterfly blossom, when you see her, give her my poem. And that's, bam, past the desert. Somewhere over here, I think. Shit, I forgot where. Into the desert. No matter what. Oh, the bill bounce? Okay, shit. Damn. The slowdown fucked up. Fucked me up. Damn. Damn, it's too hard to... Oh, shit. Stay on the top. Oh man, that sucks. It's a tough ass game. Wait, this is something? Oh, on the side, okay, shit. Pokey. Boing. Pardon me. I'm Pokey, guardian of this desert. Now that you're here, you cannot leave. You can only accept one quest at a time, yeah. You must answer my riddles of mystery. If you can do it, I'll give you a gadget. Will you challenge my riddles? Yeah. You're a bold one, aren't you? I'll give you a total of 3 riddles. All you must do is answer them. Here's my first riddle. What golfs, parties, and rides on a cart? Mario. Impressive. Now, here is your second riddle. What has spikes, fiery breath, and a temper? Bowser. Correct again. Here's the last riddle. What is green but is related to red? Oh. Impressive. You've answered my riddles. You are a master of the desert's riddles. I'll give you what I promised. Tap, tap, sumo. Now journey on. May a warm desert wind blow at your back. Congratulations. 22 to go. You've made it halfway. Keep it up. There's just a hammer sitting here. This is no doubt some kind of mystery. Oh shit, it sucks. Oh, piranha plants? Yeah, let's see what the hell this is. Would you like to stop here? Yeah. Hey, guess. Oh. Okay, shit. I was looking at the wrong thing. It's a piranha plant. Pretty good one. But there's no reason to stick around. Oh, what? Son of a bitch. Rumor has it there's a treasure here. Nobody knows if it's really true. The hammer. Would you like to stop here? There's an old sign here. It says, "The mighty hammer can carry you far. Master the spin and soar over pyramids." Would you like to give the hammer a spin? Oh shit. What the hell? What? What the fuck am I doing? What? So the hammer sat untouched in the sand? The fuck? Bullet Bill's faster than anyone around. Why not challenge him to a quick race? The hell was that hammer thing? Damn. Oh, shit, he got me. Damn. Alright, Bullet Bill. Stay out of my way, I'm training. Do you have a bone to pick with me? I do indeed. Don't you know who I am? I'm Bullet Bill. And I'm the fastest sprinter around. Why, I've got more than 100 medals. So don't just come up and jabber away at me. You gotta earn the right to talk to me. Are you saying you can outrace me? You know it. Ha ha. Don't make me laugh, kid. Okay, if you win, I'll give you a gadget. Oh shit. A. Tap the A button repeatedly to run. Now I'll tell you when to start. Sound fair? Ready, set, go. Oh shit, that was it. Okay. Whew, man. I lost. Nope, no way, but I'm the world champ. Maybe I got a bit carried away, huh? My ego almost got the best of me. Thanks. Here, take this gadget. You got the mini soccer? Mini soccer? What are these things? Well, you beat me fair and square. Thanks. I'm gonna take my ego down a notch. Mushroom Stadium. Congratulations, you got a gadget. I'll take your gadget to Playland. Got 21 quests to go. Made it halfway, keep it up. Hammer Bro has the best throwing arm in town. He's tough, but why not challenge him? Mushroom Field. What? Can't you see I'm training here? What brings you to the hammer camp? Hammer camp? Hammerama. Every day we work to improve our throws. Hammers are my life. I'm a hammer champ. So anyway, what did you want again? Can I try? Yeah, sure. Take a swing at it. Just press A and B buttons really fast. We'll do it together. You'll see it's fun. Spin and spin. Just start swinging. Okay, go. Shit. Well, dang, I lost. Hey, you beat me. Not too shabby. Here, let me give you a trophy gadget. You got the mini B-ball. You got some real talent, my friend. See you later. Gonna train more. What? You already finished 30 quests? Fine, I'll let you into the next pipe. Guardy Har? Guarhardy Har. This quest is about my favorite cartoon. Finish 5 more quests to open the next pipe. See you then, Wormy. Congratulations, you got a gadget. 20 quests, 20 quests to go. Damn, 4 mushrooms left. Oh. Hoopa Crunch. Beat the target score. Move blocks, flip Flip. Connect 3 identical blocks to clear them. Clear shells with red ones. Alright. Oh shit. Dr. Mario? Hmm. Shit, that didn't break though? Fuck. Oh, okay. Oh fuck, did I get it? Okay, yeah. Shit. You won the mini game. You won 15 mushrooms. Oh, 15? Holy shit. Goombab is in love. Damn. This fucking kid. What should I do to you this time? Rochambeau?
Mygadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Go Dilla. There you go. And here we go. Whoops. I'm gonna stay full screen. Bird video. Here we go. Wild parrot on the loose. Parrot showdown. Three, they got all the parrots here. 3 types, 4 types of parrots. Right, that was all the parrots in the world. Every type of parrot you could want. Okay, Mr. Bowser, sir, I'm ready. Showtime, good job, kid. Take one of your mushrooms. See you later, chump. Okay, run a plan, I don't know what the hell he wants. He could do the hammer throw now. Old sign here it says, this mighty hammer can carry you far. Master the spin and soar over pyramids. Ptarmigan emote. Yeah, why not? Let's see. Right. I didn't expect anyone out here. Welcome to the pyramid, an ancient game hall. Oh, no. Oh, the game mage they were talking about. Me? Why, I'm Kamek, the game mage. You must be talented to come here. And now you got to play this coin game. If you beat it, I shall call you master. I'll also let you keep the game, by the way. I know you want it. Param. Win at least one coin more. Now let's see how good a gamer you are. Flip a card, and place it identical pairs. Disappear, get rid of all the cards. Change coins, place card, start game. Damn. Damn, I don't get this though. What is even going on? Oh, what the hell? I don't get this. What the hell's going on here? Freaking clouds. Oh shit, that's all the cards. Well, shit, what am I doing in this game? Oof, what the hell? 0? Shit. Yeah. Shit makes no sense. What the hell's going on? How do you play this goddamn game? Shit. Shit, ads just went by. Yeah, I didn't notice it.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
What's up with that buttered sausage? What's up with that mind scan clip?
Maybe you'll still, maybe they'll like start releasing PS5 games and you'll still. Oh my god, that was not fun. That sucked.
Shoot it in the ass.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that buttered sausage. I'm good. How are you doing? Are you doing mind scanners?
I didn't do fucking shit!
Oh, you didn't do fucking
Mint
shit?
can just redeemed I didn't
Me
do
neither.
fucking shit.
I didn't do fucking shit. Bam. Let's see. Trying to figure out how to play this freaking game. Drank Kofefe and went to dental cleaning. Otherwise, not doing shit. Not doing shit. Shit. Dental cleaning. That's good. You do that every year? Last time they cleaned my teeth or whatever, did that cleaning, they fucking scraped off a piece of my tooth. Those bastards. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Fucking all rough with the dental tools, just scraping away, and then big old chunk flies off. I was like, what the fuck, is this normal? People just fucking poking around with the tools without a care in the world. Damn, I don't know. Oh, fucking egg. Oh, fuck. Nope, no good. I should bet more on these. Fuck. One of these, fucking. I think I'm figuring it out. Alright, clouds. Ton of clouds. Yeah, there you go. 3 clouds. 3 eggs. Oh shit, stars. Didn't even bet on the stars, so fuck them. More clouds. Yeah. Oh shit, more eggs. An egg. Okay. Damn, another egg. Holy shit. Well, I didn't bet on this, so fuck that. Oh. Mushroom shit. Bam again. An egg. I'll put it there. One more cloud. Shit. One more mushroom and one more cloud. Oh, fuck. One more cloud. Damn. So with the stars, damn, that's the toughest to get really. Fucking star. Okay. Bet on the flower just in case. Bam, it's not good. The egg. Fucking cloud. Star, you piece of shit. Oh. Same shit. Alright, good. Oh, fucking star. Not good. Damn, so many clouds, shit. Fucking cloud again, shit. Oh shit, I got it. Oh, that took forever. Damn. Truly, you are a master gamer. Fantastic. You deserve the title of Game King. I gave Bowser that title long ago, but he lost control and ran wild in our halls. He was not worthy of the title. He needs to be taught a lesson in gaming. But regardless, you're a master now. Keep on gaming, but never become arrogant. The hammer. Congratulations, you got a mini game. Yay, alright, how many more? The bank. Robbery at the bank. Oh yeah, I don't know what to do there. Oh, Koopa Kid. Rock, paper, scissors. Shit, scissors. Ah, nice. So frustrating. Okay. Yeah, I guess I gotta do something over there now. These are all done. Everything's finished over here. Wait, how do you get to the pyramid? Oh, is that the same? What is that? This Ice World looks finished. Oh yeah, I could do this. Finish all the Bowser pipes. Okay. Let's go with pink. Yes. Customers incoming. Bowser pad. Wahaha, welcome to Bowser's Bachelor Pad. Nice of you to come. I am the Swoon Master, the Regent of Romance. Hey Master, let me guess, you came to challenge me?
What are you doing?
You got it.
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me?
Just hanging around.
Just hanging around.
Wahaha, I knew it.
What are you doing?
I want to win.
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Bring me the
Nothing.
perfect gift.
Me? Just hanging around.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want fun.
Find me a gift that warms my cold heart. And I'll give you a gadget, free of charge. Think you can do it? Won't be easy. Damn, Bowser has a little drink there. Wahaha, you're on, buddy. Go to the item shop and pick out something. Either a necklace, a ring, or a bracelet. Listen to me and guess what I would like. Yeah, guess Mr. Bowser, sir's taste. Quiet you. Alright, listen carefully. Shush. Okay, so my taste, this is hard. I like rings more than no, wait. I like bracelets as much as necklaces, but I like rings more than bracelets. Got all that? Alright, so I'll say it just one more time. Yeah, one more time, starting now. Okay, so my taste, this is hard. I like rings more than necklaces. No, wait. Like rings, bracelets, and necklaces the same. Rings more than bracelets. Same shit. Now go buy me a special treat. Go. Oh, I can wait. Can't wait to see what you get me. Can't wait, yeah. Rings, right? Oh, fuck. Where do I buy rings? Damn. That mission sucks. I don't know. Where do you buy jewelry anyways? Shit. Kind of a bullcrap mission. Item shop, I guess. Oh, damn. Wasting these mushrooms like nothing. Beat the target, score, amplify it. Dodge the lightning bolts, those amps blast. What if you just squeak by? Squeak by. Oh, hey, PP. Yo, round 2. Yeah. Trying to get through this. Oh, shit, what do I do? Fuck. Man, what the fuck was I supposed to do? Too bad. Better luck. Next time. Jesus. Shout out. PP Power. Trying to get to item shop. Have no fear, PP is here. Would you like to stop? Yes. Welcome to Junk, the item super shop. Mr. Oh, okay, this is the place to go. Mr. Bowser told me you'd be coming, so what do you think he would want? Yeah, a ring, that's the only thing. You sure about that? Sure you want that ring? Yeah. You got good taste, I know he'll love it. You got a ring. Oh man, I need a bunch of mushrooms to get back there. Shit.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Mindscan just redeemed. You sure about that?
3, 2. Oh man. Lose a turn. Did you ever figure out who robbed the bank? Oh no, that one's still up there. That one kind of sucks because you need to go to 3 different spots on the map. Takes a shitload of mushrooms to walk around. You need to investigate those 3 robbers or 3 suspects. Pink pipe. Bowser needs his ring. Yeah, look at that. Already running out of mushrooms right now. 3. It's shiny. Oh, so shiny. Oh. Bowser is mesmerized. Not so fast. Let's compete in a game. Aw, son of a bitch. I thought that was the game. Win and I'll give you a gadget. All yours. Blow it and you get nothing. You have to do this all over again. Peek and sneak. Sneak past the Koopa kids before time runs out. Oh shit, how many Koopa kids? The game had 33. Cheeseburger wants to see video about cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Let's see, does anyone wanna guess what I got my mother for Christmas? Is the video stuck? Probably frozen right now. Let's see, try again. Give your mom a dildo for Christmas. Grandma's scared. The grandma knew, I guess. She's the only one that knew. Dildo. Yeah, dildo with the little extra part on the bottom. Is that all? Ha. Let the mini game begin. Yeah, grandma has the same one. Left, right, dash. Dash would be sneak past the Koopa kids while they aren't looking. Hide behind the pillars. Okay, weird. Okay, grandma has one, but hers is crusty. Turn around. Oh, fuck. Ah, that guy had a wide open space there. Fuck. That son of a bitch. Didn't win. This quest isn't over. Don't worry. Alright, another try. Alright, that's not that hard, but gotta slow it down. 33 fucking kids. Alright, time to take it easy, I guess. 21 to go. $19. $14. Oh shit, I should just there. They were already turned around. 8 more. Oh man, I got a shitload of time. 4 more. Ooh, hell yeah. Old ladies get freaky when you pull out the butterscotch flavored condoms. The Werther's. Werther's condoms. Oh, hey, Vidya. GG's, thanks. Yep. Got used to that. You did it? Mr. Bowser, sir, what's the matter? Please, take this gadget. Listen. Take it. Take it. Just fucking take it. The Shroom Bloom. Shroom Bloom is a great gadget. You can grow lots of mushrooms with it. Really? Well, I think that's bullshit. Then I could just use that over and over. You'll grow tons of them. Liars. Love that gadget. Such tasty snacks gone forever. See ya. I won't forget this. Does Werther's make their own dildos? Or condoms? Is that what I'm hearing? Werther's original? $18. Bam. Alright, getting there. Oh yeah, Shy Guy Station Masters that I lost. What could have happened? Got what? 3? Nope. Last mushroom. Shit. Can't reach anywhere. But what if I jump on a green? Oh no. Oh yeah, I could. Okay. Oh shit. That's the end of that. Oh shit, for real? Those items are real? I thought they were just fucking telling me I got these things, but they were like joke or just fake imaginary items. Check the menu. Damn. Alright, I'll check. Hopefully I kept all the items. I don't know. Let's see. Who? I want to see what Princess Peach, what she does with that eyeball character that likes her. That's probably just instant quest finished. But yeah, he's kind of far away. I'll just skip that. Oh shit, gonna lose. Yeah, gotta lose that one mushroom right off the bat. Oh yeah, the menu, quest data, character list, save. Yeah, I don't think there's an item list or anything. These are the completed quests, I think. Comedy Bomb, yeah. 32 out of 50. And then you just got characters. A shitload of characters. And that's it. Map, dice map, yep. Yeah, I guess those items are just kind of like a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, I wish the items were usable. The one that says you can grow your own mushrooms. Shit. That would be useful. What's that, Godilla? Chris Chan got his girlfriend pregnant. Oh no. Who the fuck is Chris Chan? What the hell? Am I supposed to know that person? Oh, damn. Well, get to play a mini game for mushrooms. Cloud climb. Oh, this one. I think this one is an easy one. Bounce off the clouds. Springboards. Yeah, this should be the easy one I did. Yeah, this is it. There you go. Super easy one. No one else has excuses now. Get the fuck out. Growing up. It's terrible. Person who banged his own mom. Everybody knows who the hell this guy is. Chris Chan? The fuck? Never heard of him. I'm glad I don't know who the fuck that is. You don't think he's a terrible person? Just mentally challenged weirdo. Okay. Well, still, never heard of him. There's a treasure. Okay. Where's the eyeball character? Shit. Damn. Far fucking. Where is he? Shit. Oh, here he is. Okay, up there. So, in case. Yeah, I gotta go through here then up. Ah, damn Koopa Kid. Oh. Be right back, gonna okay, thanks for the lurk. What's it say? Video fam is off to fuel up for more gaming adventures. Okay. Keep the retro vibes alive while you're munching. I wonder what he's going to eat. Yeah, he'll tell us right now. He'll come back and say, man, that was a good steak. Steak and French fries. Who knows? Mashed potatoes. Imagine running into bad things happen when you run into me. Let's see, what bad thing should I do? What should I do to you this time? Rashambao. If you win, I won't do a thing. Rock, paper, scissors. Paper. Ah, bastard. Takes away a mushroom. Oh no, he fucking blocks though. Ah, what? Fuck that. Damn, now I'm stuck here. What the fuck? Spooky Spike beat the target score. Damn, they fucking trapped me in this place. You always eat chicken every day? Every meal? Damn. Well, you're you're a bodybuilder, right? Gotta get that protein. People's inheritance would be in danger if the Hard Candy Corporation made flavored condoms. Damn, can you get a hammer to break it or something? Damn, yeah, I wish, but looks like you don't even pick up items in this game. I was just checking right now if there was items in a little inventory, but no, it doesn't look like you carry anything with you. Yeah, you are a bodybuilder, right? Okay. Spooky Spike dive. When Boo spikes the ball, dive into the sand for a save. Watch the shadows. Oh, this is new? Fuck. The fuck? Shit. Oh, what am I doing? Fuck. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Okay. Damn. Ooh. 2 more. Bam. Never ready for the ones I never played. You didn't win. Son of a bitch. Maybe it disappears after a while? Yeah, I guess it disappeared. Alright, good. Oh, this fucker pops up again. Son of a bitch. With his rock, paper, scissors shit again. Oh, and he uses paper this time. Fucking little bastard. Okay, he just takes a mushroom this time. And lose another one. Oh, there's the bank robbery one. Yeah, that one seems really tough. I gotta pick Luigi, I think, to be able to do it better. Alright, eyeball, there you are.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Mindscan just redeemed.
Pretty
You sure about that?
Mindscan. Pretty sure about that. Stop here. Oh shit. Was there ever rock, paper, scissors tournament? Yeah, I'm sure somebody fucking has done a rock, paper, scissors tournament. There's probably one every year. Seems like they would do something like that in the 90s or 80s. I think it's still going on today. You just gotta Google it. I bet there's some crazy shit going on still.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want some.
I want some. Oh, here's the eyeball. I say are you by any chance Princess Peach? Yep. Love that princess. Love that princess.
Shut up, man. You're trying to trick me, man. Put smoke into my freaking head and shit, man. Not at all, man. Man, I don't know what to think no more, man. Okay.
Don't know what to think no more. Are you serious? Oh. I'm such a fan. I can't get over it. I'm actually seeing you in person. You're so lovely. Have a gadget, please.
You know what? Cry about it.
Cry about it. Oh, you don't know the cartoon? That's Smiling Friends. Some cartoon on Adult Swim. Yeah, it's just like this. Smiling Friends. Oh, you do know it? Yeah, it's that one. Oh, but the one that says cry about it, that was like before Smiling Friends. Forgot what the hell that was called. Does every character get a different story in this game? Oh, nah, not different stories, but like some missions they want you to use Mario, and some of them they want you to use the princess. And I think there's gotta be one for Yoshi. Like the one with Mario, somebody asks for a person with a mustache, so it could be Mario or Luigi.
Be good.
And they'll let you participate in some kind of little mini game.
If I had my Gribbly gun on me right now, I swear to God, if I had my Gribbly gun on me right now,
You're so lovely. Have a gadget, please.
Very poor choice of words.
Yeah, so this mission, you needed Princess Peach. So the eyeball could give you whatever.
I'm done. Do what you want.
You got the hope chest.
Oh, I swear to God, if I
Thanks
had
for
my
meeting me.
gun on me right now.
Yeah, so this is
Talk
like
about buttered sausage.
really
Talk
it's
about
not
buttered sausage,
a
where it
Mario
comes
Party
from, what it
game.
does.
This is a straight up RPG type of game.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Can I get in here? I need to. Oh my god!
Oh, that's Two Eyes mind scam. SHEEII. I'll always treasure this chance meeting. Alright. Mission complete. Boom. Got a few more to go. Take your gadget. 17 more. Damn, but they are getting tougher, it seems like. Oh yeah, what do you do with this haunted mission? I couldn't figure that one out. What else can I do here? The bank? Nope. I don't think I want to mess with that bank. That one's done. Yeah, the rest are kind of confusing. I don't know what the fuck to do with them. Item shop. Damn, what else does he want? I'm gonna go to the bomb spot. Oh shit. Beat the targets. Big popper, left, right, swing, fan. Fan the falling bubbles into the spikes. Welcome to Earth Point. Yeah, alright. So,
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
oh shit, 10 mushrooms? What?
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Koopa Kid again. Rock. Yeah, got him. Bussy.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage. Where it comes from. What it
No,
does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Bob Amba, nice to meet ya. Listen, I've got a favor to ask. What is it? Thanks, it's no biggie, but I'm after a gift. I'm after a oh, didn't I? Damn, I did talk to this person. Yeah, flower, shit.
Means can just redeem New Orleans Nick Cage.
Means can just redeem Nick Cage. New Orleans Nick Cage. Oh, the desert. Gotta get a desert flower somewhere. Thanks again. And the desert is shit down here. Alright. Hope I can make it. Oh, this little bastard. Could have done a regular mini game. Sort stack, left, right hand, left hand. Put away each book. Oh, where it belongs. You can only hold 2 at a time. Shit. Oh, what the fuck? He changed the way it looks. Fuck. The fuck? Shit. Is this... Oh, really? What the fuck? Holy shit. That game felt rushed. Son of a bitch, man. Oh, really fucking up here. Bam, another one. Wait, oh, there's a treasure there. Klepto Ruins. Where, what is this? Mushroom Field. Stadium. Oh, right here? Yeah, that's gotta be it. Oh, man. Flower. Gotta get the flower. Piranha plants, they're healthy and pretty. Yes. Take a piranha plant. Let's do it. You got bits, but you got a piranha plant. Bam. Oh, no matter what. Gonna lose a turn. Who was it? Oh, the bomb guy, was it? Shit. Alright, nice. Bam. Okay, another green one. Back. Oh, yeah, you got a fried pickle. What? Fried pickle whopper. Oh, shit. That's what they got now? Fried pickle whopper. And it's actually good. Damn, I gotta try that. Yeah, somebody, PP Power, was asking, I wonder what he's gonna eat. Barrel Peril. Everybody gets hungry on Twitch. Eventually. I already ate, but yeah. In a few hours, I'll be hungry again for sure. Sneak past the snoozing chain chomp. If it wakes, hide in a barrel. Pronto. Move, hide, dash. Move. Alright, this is easier than the same game in Mario Party, where you lose as soon as they see you. Gives you a second to hide. There we go. Hey, Spice Boy. Just trying to beat this game. Hopefully today. Got a little more to go. Shout out, Spice Boy. Maple bourbon bacon.
Look at that face! Look at
Oh
that
shit.
face, bitch!
Oh, Little Nightmares. Part 2, right? That crazy game. I only played part 1 so far. Burger King is having some limited time Whoppers that are really good. Maple bourbon bacon Whopper, Mexican street corn Whopper, fried pickle, ranch. You tried them all? They're all good? Damn, no. That makes me want to try them out. Maple bourbon bacon is your favorite. Yeah, maple bourbon bacon, holy shit. All good things combined. pretty. This is pretty cute. Thought this was one of those Mario Luigi games. Oh yeah, it kind of looks like that if you just take a glance at it. But yeah, this is like straight up. Well, it kind of is. It's like it's Mario Party, a hacked Mario Party, but it really feels like an RPG, just with little mini games. Love this the style. Yeah, it looks cool as hell. Oh, is that another ad? Oh shit! I didn't even notice another ad came in. Thanks for that shout out. Oh, your keyboard. I was wondering why is it T Hanks TS. Keyboard's fucked up. Spilled a shot on it last night. Oh fuck. Had to pull out backup keyboard. Okay. Damn. Were you drinking last night in the middle of stream, or was that afterwards? Cause I didn't notice you guys were drinking. If you were, you get 10 mushrooms. Okay. Oh, damn! I needed that. Cool. I could make it, no problem. After the stream, started drinking. Oh, okay. Got the flour. Got 10 more mushrooms. Yeah, you see, like, there's pretty much nothing like Mario Party. This is, you're talking to characters, going on missions for them. This is like really unlike Mario Party as it gets. How'd it go? Did you find me a flower? Not bad, this is just what I wanted. It's pretty healthy. That's why you're just waking up? Oh shit. Damn, must have been some serious drinking going on. Got a nasty hangover. Cute, deadly. Thanks, why don't you take this gadget? Alright, another mission down. You got the Rochambeau. Let me tell you a secret about Bob-ombs. They're the protectors of this town. The Bob-omb boss hides somewhere in the town. He's in a secret room in Mushroom Condo. He's a great guy. You should track him down. Completed. 16 to go. Alright, the train master, station master. What's his problem? And what was this? Item shop. I wonder what the item shop still needs to show me what the hell they want. BRB checking on coffee. Okay. All shit having coffee now. Yep. Guess you need it for the hangover. Sounds like the red Bob-ombs and black Bob-ombs made peace. Bob-omb racism no more. Was there a problem before? Was that in another Mario game where they didn't like each other? Welcome to junk. We're not not open. So I wonder what the hell, what to do with that junk shop. Alright, I know the butterfly wants to send a letter to the eyeball guy. Maybe I could do that one. Shit. Wait, was it right here? Where's that butterfly?
Cheeseburger Cat's just raided.
Hey, Cheeseburger. Thanks for the raid. Let's do another shout out. I don't know if I did or didn't earlier, but what the hell. Cheeseburger. Boom. Dinner came early. Did you order something? PP power. Oh, it did? Okay. It's alright. It's been a while, so what the hell? No big deal. Cheeseburger Cats for dinner. Oh. Because it's a cheeseburger. It's a maple bourbon bacon cheeseburger cat. What floor? Second floor. You already beat that quest? Okay, cool. Nope. Choose a different one. Third. Oh, there you go. Butterfly. Sorry, I'm flutter. Just been feeling a little blue. Hearts a flutter. So sweet of you to listen. My problem is that I'm in love. There's more. I'm so embarrassed. It's an unrequited love. When I see him, I get butterflies in my stomach. So shy. Would you mind telling this guy how I feel? If you do it, I'll give you a gadget. Damn it. I almost finished this earlier in the game, but I decided to skip it. I'm afraid I don't even know his name. Nobody's got eyes as big as his. This guy with big, deep blue eyes. Go find the guy with the big blue eye.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Means can just redeem I didn't do fucking shit.
Man, it's too far away. Fantastic. Oh shit, I made it just like that. Alright, eyeball. Unrequited love makes this butterfly commit cannibalism. I see you want to tell me something. What? Flutter. I see she sent you to tell me that. Well, I understand how she feels, but I hardly know her, so besides I've got my eye on someone else. Would it be right? Tell her I'm sorry. Okay. See ya. Now I gotta make it all the way back. 2, 1. Alright, cool. Damn, kinda sucked. There we go. Oh, you've come back. Did you talk to him? My heart's fluttering. You have to tell me. Did my confession of love go over well? It bombed. It bombed? You're such a kidder. That's so funny, haha. Sniff. You're not joking at all, are you? Man. Well, it's better to have loved and lost. You got the love me not. Please leave me alone. For a while, thanks. You finished 35 quests. Bah. Okay, into the pipe with you. It's Bowser time. Your next quest is at the end of this pipe. It's a game of chance this time. Finish 5 more quests, open up the next pipe. See you then, Wormy. Boom! 15 to go. Goombob. Oh shit. Terrible. Oh. Could win 10. Oh yeah, the easy one. Boing, 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 boing. Wish all of them were that easy. Or almost as easy as that. 15, oh shit. You second Spice notion that this game is indeed really adorable. Yep. Oh, this little Koopa punk. Warp time, gonna send you flying. Oh no, the hell. Rather Bowser will. Damn, Mr. Bowser, sir. This'll be a real blast. What the hell? In for a whole lava trouble. Shit. The fuck? Damn it. Later, worm. Now where the hell am I? Pedal house. Spear thicket? Oh, this is the one you need a Mario or Luigi. They only want somebody with a mustache. The pedal house, I guess. Totally fucked up what I was trying to do. Link shots. Did I play this one? Tilt up, tilt down, A, B, build power. Tap the A and B buttons, build power. Catch an object. Oh, this one, yeah. I messed this one up last time. Holy shit. Damn. Oh no. Oh. Bam. I thought I was higher above the ground. Shit. Alright. Pedal house. Somebody else in love. Assistance, yes. Who's this person in love with? Thank you, I'm Pedal Guy. Cupid's arrow. Fall in love, my love lies. Give you a gadget. Merci. Describe my dearest. She is delicate. Oh, the butterfly. She's like a butterfly. Like a butterfly. Oh, fuck. Terrible roll. Man, pretty damn far away. Wait, what? Where is it? Oh, shit. Bro, can't go anywhere with this little guy. Yeah, I got him. Yes, I'm Flutter. You want to talk? What is it? What are you talking about? Pedal guy. Pedal guy, who's he? What does he want? Please, my dear, hold on a moment. Oh, I made it. After you left, I went off to look for my beloved too. Who's this guy? I am your destiny. Listen to my poem. Listen to your what? You're my what? Yeah, nice hair. Nice hair, hippie. Eyes like the ocean, nose like a mountain. Like a mountain. Mouth like the shining sun. You are my earth. And I, a lone spaceman, crash into your love. Dot dot dot. So, did you like it? Do you know how I feel? Dot dot dot. Oh, look at the time. I've got a jet. Did I not convey my feelings to her? I will not give up. She will know my heart. My thanks go out to you. Here, have this. The bead machine. See you later. Keep on sharing the love. Freaking hippie. Ba 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 ba. This dude is a Casanova. Scaring all the ladies away. Monster lives in this lake. I don't know how to do that one either. Monster wants you to find somebody like her. Oh shit. Alright, where do I want to go? Goombob's house. For a second, I thought that said bean machine. Yeah. Robotnik's mean bean machine. Yeah. Yeah, cause what the hell is a bead machine? What the hell does that do? Sounds fake. Would you like to stop at the Goombob Manor? I am Goombob. Nice to meet you. Would you do me a little favor? Accessorize. Need your help to find something? Looking for... Oh shit. Think I heard about that lovely seashell. It's not for me, it's a gift for someone. You need to know who it's for. It's for a cute girl named Goombetty. If I give her a gift, she might like me. Would you do it for your reward? Yep. Thank you, I'm forever in your debt. Counting on you, find me a seashell. You do well to look on a beach somewhere. Shit, how far is this beach? Mushroom challenge time. Spooky Spike, Sea Monkey. Beat the target score. When Boo spikes the ball. Oh fuck, this one? Alright, damn, this one was pain in the ass. Damn. Shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, did I get it? Fuck. Holy shit, alright. Did much better this time. That's the same game that you got your ass handed to you. Oh, Kirby? Yeah, it's the same game, right? They just ripped it off. I don't know who ripped off who. Kirby and Mean Bean Machine are the same. Alright, 10 mushrooms. Nice. Nice work. Oh yeah, it's fun, but holy shit, the first time around, I didn't know how to do it right. You gotta time it to hit the volleyball or beach ball, whatever. Time it just right. So now I'm going to the beach somewhere. Where is that? Shit, pretty far away, I think. You think they both come from Puyo Puyo game? Oh, that's the original, yeah, Puyo Puyo. But they just license it out. Yeah, that's probably what it is. They didn't really steal it, just flat out steal the idea. You suck at Mean Bean Machine and Kirby's Avalanche. Just generally suck at Puyo Puyo. Yeah, I barely played any of those, but I think it was kind of tough when I played it. You don't know how people think that fast. Yeah, you gotta be quick for those crazy ass puzzle games. Well, there's a beach or some shit. Oh shit, right there. And I am where the fuck am I? Damn, pretty far. Mean Bean Machine and Kirby's Avalanche are reskinned, rebranded versions of Puyo Puyo. Yeah, it's funny that it sounds like Nintendo wanted their own, so they slapped Kirby in there, and Sega wanted their own, so they put Dr. Robotnik of all characters. Nintendo with the hero character, Sega with the villain. What's up with that? Beat the target score. Ironically, you think Sega owns... Oh, they do? They own the Puyo Puyo these days. But during the 16-bit era, Puyo Puyo was able to license out their game to Nintendo and Sega. Yeah, maybe Sega just said, fuck it, we're gonna buy the company that makes that game. Pick flower, pest aside. Damn, did I play this? Oh, I think I did. Water and spray, yeah. Keep the flowers healthy. Use the bug spray wisely. Water your sunflowers. Yeah, I did play this one. Water and spray. Yeah, that's an easy one. You don't play as Dr. Robotnik in Mean Bean Machine. Oh, he is the final boss. So you don't play as a character at all? You just you're a faceless nobody. Beat it, congrats. Guess that's kind of like naming Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. You name it after the boss. Yeah, speaking of Mike Tyson, saw that, I think it was in Barf's Discord, saw that picture of Mike Tyson's Punch Out, but they show Mike Tyson's ass. Who took the time to draw a pixelated Mike Tyson ass? Oh, you haven't seen it yet? Yeah. Somebody drew that up. I don't know. I don't think it was anybody in the Discord, but just somewhere taken off the internet. Where's... Okay, trying to go down there. Damn, 20. Doing pretty good on these mushrooms. Yeah, Mike Tyson's ass out. Oh, damn it. Right when I thought I was scot-free. More rock, paper, scissors. Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors. Fuck it, let's go with paper. I got him. He mooned the whole world. Yeah. Live on Netflix. Mike Tyson's ass. What a crazy ass. That was more exciting than the fucking fight. Seeing Tyson's ass. Hop on to the beach. Nice beach. What lovely shells. Would you like to pick up a lovely seashell? Yes. And away we go. Okay, no. Gotta go this way. Oh, another game. Boo by. Guide the boos into the picture that matches each boo's color. Move, jump. Oh shit, what? Color? The fuck? Oh, yeah, this guy's blue. Alright, oh shit. More blue guys. One blue. One white. Oh shit. Oh, did I get... Oh, you're not supposed to get hit. Fuck. 900. Oh shit. Son of a bitch. No. Well, that sucked. Yeah, that was...
Willow Ptarmigan. Lagopus Lagopus.
We're bad too. Yeah, I didn't even watch it. I didn't want to really see that. Sounded like a terrible fight. The whole matchup sounded bad from the beginning. Flipping out. Reach the end before time runs out. Direction, jump, let go. Swing on the pegs and flip across to the other side. Holy shit, what? What the fuck? Shit. Oh shit, no. Oh, fuck. Damn. That was a new one to me. Flipping out. I already forgot. Where am I going? Who wanted a seashell? Oh, Goombob, right? Goombob. Shit, all the way up there. Fuck. Fantastic dice combo. Killer combo. Damn, another one. Go, go, go. Keep going. Alright, Goombob. Ah, you've returned. So tell me, did you find a seashell? Oh, look at it. This is the one. Beautiful. Hello? Oh, Goombetty. I just dropped in to see you, Goombob. Say, what's this? It's so beautiful. It's a seashell. It's a present for you. Really, it's so pretty, thank you. And if it's okay, could we maybe go out on a date? I don't know, it's so sudden. Oh, please, I really like you. And dot. Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm so nervous, but so happy too. Woohoo, whoopity woo, whoopity doo. Yeehaw. Here, I want you to take this gadget. You got the desserts menu. Thanks for everything. See you later. Shit, running out of quests now. Not sure where to go anymore. What the hell? Congratulations. Got a gadget. $13 quests to go. Watch out if you've got a mustache. Spear guy's looking for a mustache duelist. Alright, where's another one? Shit, everything looks finished. Damn. Yep. Oh, the train station? I haven't checked that out. Yeah, fuck. Guess that one. Damn you, Koopa Kid. Oh, fuck no. Warp again. Blast off. Who knows where. Shit. Oh, okay. That doesn't seem that bad. Later, worm. Oh, it's right there. Cool. It's actually not bad at all. Train station. I bet you can hear that emote. Oh, hello, my name is Shy Guy. I'm the station master here. There's a favor I'd like to ask of you. Oh yes, Spice Boy, did you finish that drawing with the Shy Guys? Shy Guy Cholos? Favor? What is it? Look motionless. Oh, mostly finished it? Oh, okay. Thank you, really and truly. The train hasn't run since yesterday. You see, we've run out of coal for the train. Would you mind picking up some coal for me? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Can't run the station without a train. Can probably find coal for sale in town. Oh yeah, fuck the coal. I know where that is. Please do try to find some coal for me. Don't believe it's sold in the item shop. Please help. I will reward you. Okay. And you're waiting for your aunt to send a pic of your uncle's old lowrider, so you can kind of copy the paint job. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. Oh wait, no, I don't want to stop there. Nope. Let's see. Well, there it is. Super close by. Oh, this little goddamn jerk. Scissors. Oh shit, he picked paper. Damn. Keep getting him. Vending machines. That's weird. They sell only coal. Like to buy some? Yep. Coal? I wanted cola. You bought coal. You're liking the way it's coming out? Oh yeah, no problem. That's cool. Whenever someone does art streams that I follow, like cause yeah, there's some art streams that I'll check out, but I don't really know the person, or it's like got 100 people, everyone talking at once. It was cooler like that, like being able to actually talk to the artist and everything. You bought coal, yes. Nice chill atmosphere like that. That's always cool. Hoping to do some art streams at some point. Oh, you're hoping I do art streams? Oh yeah, what was that program that lets you screencast like the iPad or whatever? I forgot what the hell it was, and I was thinking of getting that. I'm gonna write that down. So yeah, you know that. Well, oh yeah, Bantu Invader Zim guy streams. Oh yeah, he streams. I forgot that. I don't know if I still follow him or something. I think I do, but maybe he just hasn't been streaming. Yeah, his shit will get packed with fans and everything asking him 100 fucking questions at a time. Yeah, no way to get a single word in. Yeah. I'll have to remember whatever. Do you remember it by chance? That app to screencast your device, iPad or whatever. I think it's for any tablet, iPad, or whatever the hell Microsoft makes. Their tablet. I want to say it starts with a V or something. Oh, you're searching? Okay. Yeah, it was a while ago, so shit. I was gonna do that too, like go all the way back. Oh damn, getting crappy rolls here. There we go, little shy guy. Oh, have you brought me some coal? Well, thank you. You're a big help, honestly. Now I can start the train running again. Want to reward you with a gadget. You got the cake maker. Thank you, I won't forget your kindness. Thank you, I'm in your debts. Train station. Congratulations, you got a gadget. 12 to go. Alright. But yeah, it looks like this turn with Peach is dead. Ninja on the first floor loves TV. Oh yeah, the DVD. I don't know where to get that. Let's see, anything close by? Shroomlock? Yeah, what the hell's up with him? His wife said Shroomlock was hiding somewhere. Can I help you? Are you here for Shroomlock? He's out. Think I can give you a tiny clue. He's seen those vending machines. Saw nothing but coal. Yeah. Last time I checked, he wasn't there. Hangs out in the basement. Oh shit, the basement of that haunted place. I need something if I want to join shit. Okay. Shroomlock, are you here? That's weird, they saw. Ah, there's nothing. The fuck? Damn, crazy lady. Lying about where her husband is. Oh man. Oh, warp time. Damn. Ah, that sucked. Barrel peril. Oh, yeah. Sneak past the snoozing chain chomp. Okay. This one wasn't that bad. Let's see. Oh, if they can't reach you, then it's okay. There you go. Oh shit, can't find the message? Found a Reddit thread that says, oh, AirPlay from Windows Store is free and stays connected for the entirety of hours-long art streams. Damn. AirPlay? I think I've used that for something else. And I don't know what's up with it. It seemed like it only lets you use it for a while. Let's see. Because yeah, I sort of remember the one we were talking about, or that you mentioned, it started with a V, I want to say. Wireless technology from Apple. Oh, it's straight from Apple, allows users to share content from their device to other compatible. Okay, huh, wonder how would you set that up? Oh man, you know what? I think I actually saved a YouTube video all about that. Like, what are the best choices? So I might actually have that already somewhere. Let's see. Playlists. That's pretty dope if it works. Oh, it's somebody said I use the AirPlay screen mirroring receiver. All that. Oh yeah, I read that. I think it becomes an app in Windows, and then you can add it as a source. In the Windows Store, then let's see, or Microsoft Store. Alright, the first one that pops up, it does say it's called AirPlay, but yeah, it's $6. $6.39 it says. I'll see if you can find anything about the free one. Yeah, I'll have to check it out again. Like, I know I must have saved a video about it. Like the top 5 ways to screen your iPad or some shit. Something like that. I'll have to check it out again. Just remember that, yeah, I saved some video all about that. And one of the choices was that one you mentioned in the Discord. Oh shit, what? Anvil challenge? Grab it. Forest jump. Beat the target score. Left, right, squat, jump. Dodge the wind-blown logs, but watch your step. That wind blows you around too. Oh, fuck. Just survive? Oh, fuck you. Oh man, I didn't know it was gonna bounce all over the place. Shit. You had a shot, but you blew it. God dang. Shit, what was I doing? Right away. What? Damn. Okay. Oh, I guess I can do these, actually. Bowser's Pipe House. Yep. Yellow is next. Let's go in here.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Oh shit. Damn. Not gonna make it. Toy shop, would you like to stop here? Aha. Welcome to Bowser Toy Shop. Toys. This store carries my favorite cartoon toys. Oh, but they're not for sale, they're for me. Yeah, they're for us. I'll bet you came here to battle me. Of course. Bowser's Toys. Waha ha ha ha. Just as I thought, I knew it. We knew it all along. Your only choice is to face my cartoon quiz. I'll test your Toad Force 5 knowledge. Toad Force. Well, you can always say no. Let's see what you think you know. Yeah, what do you know? All you have to do is answer 5 questions. Get them all right, and you win a gadget. Here we go. Toad Force 5 quiz. What letter is on Toad Force 5's forehead? V. Wow, correct. On to the next question. What is Toad Force 5? What is it? A robot. Correct. Time for the third question. What does Toad Force 5 fight for? Oh shit. Peace. Correct again. Air screen mirroring receiver from Yan Lu on Microsoft Store. Oh, it's the one right next to it that... Oh, wait up. That people are using. Oh, was I seeing the same thing? Air screen mirroring? Oh, yeah, I kind of remember. That's what it looked like. Let's see, is that... You can buy it from the Windows Store, and you can go to their website, right? Air screen mirroring. And see if this is the same website I remember looking at.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Godilla. Let's see. Up? Welcome to Bird Up, the worst show on TV. Your grandma had one of those? The white one? The big one? Yeah, the white one's the biggest, right? It was mean as fuck. Damn. It would chase all of the kids. Yeah, that's gotta be scary for little kids. The bird's gotta look like a fucking monster. A giant fucking bird and chasing you. There you go. Lemon keeps saying Daijubu, Daijubu. You think they're called guacamaya in Spanish? And Godilla should know. What do you call those big ass white parrots? That's cut. The word Daijubu or whatever the hell. Daijobo. Daijobu. Not the white one. Oh, the other. Oh, okay, rainbow color one. Oh, cute. Oh, I don't. Does that mean something in Japanese or I don't know. It looks like a Japanese word or something. What is the famous line in episode 28? I'm just a shroom. I'm an iron shroom. Correct. Final question. What is the name of the Toad Force 5's hero? Jack. Gua, gua, gua. You got them all right. Bowser sounding like he's gonna say that word. Guacamaya. You got lucky. How did you answer all of my questions? You watch too much TV. I challenge you to a duel game. Oh damn, again. Another fucking thing. Daiju Bu, you think means are you okay? Or is that okay? Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that. The parrot repeating that. Because the people probably ask that to, I don't know, somebody, one of the old people in the house. Are you okay? You get a gadget if you win. That's never going to happen, so you can kiss that gadget goodbye. In other words, you'll have to try it again. Slammer. Beat your opponents. Waha. Bring it. Hammer, defend. Wait to get picked, then smash your foe. You can defend too. Oh shit.
To Isengard! I'm taking the hobbits to Isengard! God!
Red Guy 834 has joined
Red
the fellowship.
Guy, thanks for the follow.
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
I'm back, baby.
Red Guy 834, thanks for the follow there. $2005 Nintendo Konami Digital Entertainment. What about that? Konami owns the copyright for Hudson Soft. Oh, yeah, I guess did we talk about that? I feel like somebody mentioned that. Who owns Hudson Soft the other day? Oh, hell yeah. Dodge that. Yeah. Pretty cool little game. Yeah, somebody brought that up for some reason. I forgot what we were talking about. Konami and Hudson Soft. You won. What a twist. Alright, the gadget is yours. You got Screen Clean. It's a practical gadget. It'll clean your GBA screen. Look at that sheen. Later, I won't forget this. Grr. Just you wait. Oh, is it because I think Hudson Soft worked on this? That's why somebody, Vidya, I think, was talking about that. Congratulations. 11 to go. Shit. Oh, damn. Out of mushrooms. Okay. But new character. Yeah, it was you, right? Okay. You brought up Hudson Soft worked on this. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Select character. And let's do that. Mustache. Spear mission, whatever the hell. Whatever that quest was called. Get Ninja his DVD. Oh man. Right away. Oh damn, warp time? Shit. Oh, okay, that wasn't that bad. I want to get to the spear. Where the hell is that? Oh damn. Oh no, that's not it. Where's that spear mission? Oh damn, it is pretty far. Spear thicket. Hudson and Nintendo have a relationship going back to the 80s. Hudson developed Super Mario Brothers. Oh wait, Super Mario Brothers Special? Oh, that's something else then, I don't know. I don't know if I ever heard of that. You wish Hudson Soft was independent instead of bought out by Konami? Yeah, let them actually make games instead of just waiting for Konami to give them permission or something. I don't know why Konami holds back on making games. Shit. Big fucking scene. Merging companies won't help. So many good Hudson Soft IPs collecting dust. Yeah, I wish they would come out with did they make what's it called? Monster Boy or whatever the hell? I know all those games get mixed up, so I'm confused about them. Like Adventure Island, Monster Boy, I think, Monster Island or some shit. They all start to have like similar names. Hudson IPs are under Konami. Get over it. The world cries out for more Adventure Island. And Konami says no. Sega makes all Wonder Boy, Monster World, yeah. Okay, those are separate. Yeah, Wonder Boy. That's the one I was thinking, like, doesn't Hudson make that? Isn't Adventure Island sometimes called Wonder Boy? Kind of feel like they did that weird thing. Like his name is Master Higgins, and then sometimes it's actually Wonder Boy, and he has blonde hair for some weird ass reason. Adventure Island, yeah. That's the main one I think of. He's like the mascot for Hudson Soft. Oh, wait, I never been here? Okay, damn. Gotta check that out. Oh, damn, this little punk. Aw, again with the fucking warp? What the fuck? Oh, well, I'm right here now. Wait, not that one. There, over there. Fucking warp. No, warp time. Alright, spear thicket. Hooah, hooah, I am being spear guy. You must have mustache, a sign of bravery. We are fighting. If I winning, I brave too. Fight, hooah. I'm having much of the happiness. Mustache hero. Now are we starting? Charge. Ready. If you are winning, you get my duel game. Time to fight. Tank down. Beat your opponent before time runs out. Oh ho, I'm gonna be the strongest. Move, punch, charge up. Beat your foe with your rocket punch or charge up for a super punch. What the hell? Oh shit. Damn. Oh shit. Oh, that one was easy. Oh, that's why, okay. Super Punch took like 4 hearts. I was wondering what's the difference, super and regular. How are you still alive? I went to lunch, took a break a while ago. Erect Peach. The mustache is strong, as is you. Mega got that cocaine power-up boost. Did you win Maximo? Oh, not yet. That's what I took a break from too. Cause that game was kicking my ass. This is how.
Mega power, my mega buddy, my
Mega
mega
power.
sensors, and I'll make a mega diversion. It's mega stronger than a mega warp. Have enough mega power to mega move it. A mega monstrous castle. Oh, I'll show this mega lizard how kind of mega magic. Wow, that was mega fun. Only one mega
Legobus, Legobus.
Mega blast you. Having such a mega marvelous time. Mega thanks, Captain. And with my mega power, I may be able to mega make it. My mega heart.
What are you doing?
Mega muscles with this.
Okay, now.
Omega Monkey is just
Don't
redeemed.
step in this right here, whatever you do. Do not step in that. We haven't had it analyzed, and I have no idea what it is. But it's sticky. Now you're really in the bowels of creative engineering now. This is, once you pass the sticky goo, you're into a mess.
Did you win? Yeah. Oh, you went to eat some breakfast and did some work. You get back on home PC and tab. And tab's still alive. Oh. Oh, that's cool. At least thanks for leaving that tab open. Still going. My word is good. You're keeping my dual game. You great. You are coming back soon for a rematch. Developer Escape made the first Wonder Boy game, owned by Sega, but Escape owned the gameplay and level design, and maybe other elements of the game, and they licensed that. Oh, no wonder. That's where the confusion fucking comes from. So it was Sega's games, and they licensed out to Hudson to make the first Adventure Island. First Wonder Boy and First Adventure Island are basically the same. Okay, no wonder, man. That shit gets confusing. So Wonder Boy and Adventure Island are the same, but they are not the same series. Similar to Puyo Puyo into Mean Bean Machine and Kirby's Avalanche. Alright. Shit. Alright, Wonder Boy is the blonde version, right? And Master Higgins, that's Adventure Island with orange looking hair or some shit. And now it makes more sense, all that crazy shit. Yeah, learning so much. The history of video games. All sorts of shit went down. I have to let you into the next pipe. This is the final pipe. Crash Bang Bowser. Next quest is at the end of this pipe. It's a dual quest this time. I hope you fail. Next pipe is what? There aren't any pipes left. Finish 9 more quests for the final battle. Oh shit. This game looks like it was made by Mickey D. It'll be a showdown for the final gadget. Gonna stomp you like a Goomba. I've only ever played Adventure Island, but no Wonder Boy. Yeah, I don't think I played Wonder Boy, but I remember seeing pictures of it. And yeah, thinking like, what the hell's going on here? Isn't that just Adventure Island? Some weird shit going on here. Oh yeah, the monster in the lake. Wonder Boy is blonde, Master Higgins has dark brown or black hair, depending on the game, and he typically... Oh yeah, he has a hat. Yeah, that's true. Forgot about that. Mystery, Secret of Mysteries. I hear a monster lurks within this lake. Yeah, there it is. Don't let it eat me. Dory, so lonely, want a friend, one who can understand me. One who knows what it's like being a dinosaur. Who the hell? If only there were someone like that. Gotta look for a dinosaur. A treasure here. I thought I did that one. What the hell? Where's Yoshi? Oh, fuck. You got it. Yeah, I gotta pick Yoshi as my character and visit that place. Oh, fuck, I didn't think of that. Okay, next time I'll pick Yoshi and try to reach this spot. Fuck. It's so simple, but I don't know why I couldn't think of that. So that's Yoshi's special mission. It's me again. Wonder Boy is also named Tom Tom, according to Sega, the first game's manual. And you don't know if that name held for the rest of the series. Oh. Yeah. I would think they probably would change that. Tom Tom. Doesn't sound like a good name. Master Higgins, though, that's pretty badass. Master Higgins. Cooler than Tom Tom, anyways. Let's go scissors. Oh. Draw, okay. Oh, fucker. Paper, got me. Oh, and he blocks the path. I think I could go in and leave. Oh wait. Nah, screw that, I don't need to do that. Oh, yeah. I already did this. Skip all this shit. Just wanted to make that block get out of the way. There you go, it's gone. Oh, what's that? You like how back when these games were coming out, they barely cared about the lore or names of characters. Yeah, now everyone scrapes up every detail. Yeah, like now they're looking at every tiny bit of whatever that was written, trying to make sense of it. Besides the confusion of Wonder Boy and Adventure Island, the Wonder Boy series itself is confusing in regards to name conventions. Yeah, even within that one game, right? They just started calling it Monster Island or whatever. Damn, where do I want to go? Shit. I did the spear thing. Need to use Yoshi for that. This treasure, I guess. Oh, damn, that's terrible. Oh, man, getting the worst. The worst rolls. Bunny belts. Beat the target score. Wait, what? Oh, damn, I did this one once. Was that it? Okay, good. Did that one. The right way this time. Oh shit, 15 mushrooms. Mechas with the duck dance.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck, doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air, we're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck, doing the duck. I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone mad?
McDonald's gave me diabetes just redeemed tag dance.
Has the whole world gone mad? Alright, there's 2. 1, 2, 3, okay. Yeah, let's just do that one. Customer. Okay, wait, what the? Oh, yeah. Bowser Lab, yes. The biggest duck in town. I love science. With my 9,800 IQ, I am Bowser the Brilliant. You fear his might, but you love his brains. You lack wits, and yet you challenge me. You guessed it. You can only accept one quest at a time. Oh, yeah, fuck. Abandon, yep. Bowserstein. I thought so. That's why I built the ultimate monster. I love it when he talks all sciencey. Play my duel game and beat my monster. Here's your gadget. We'll give it to you. Quiet you. Actually, I built two monsters. A scary one and a very scary one. Which one do you want to battle? Ha, you poor fool, your doom is sealed. For this monster is, in fact, very scary. Wee hee hee, scary. Now witness my very scary monster. What the fuck? More ducks? Why do you have to be ducks? Huffin' puffin'. You looked it up? John Vernon is playing the guy who says has the whole world gone mad. Yeah, what else is he famous for though? Cause that guy, he has a real familiar face and voice. Oh shit, you know what? He comes out in Killer Clowns. Man, cause you remember the chief of police in Killer Clowns from Outer Space? That's the same guy in the fucking Huey the Duck movie. He's in one of the clips from Mouse Fitzgerald. Let's see if he randomly pops out. Nah, damn, it just came to me. He comes out in that. Let's see. How lucky would it be? Oh, no.
Put all them crates of stolen toys in me cabin and make it snappy.
Let's see. You could just Google it. Fucking find the video on YouTube. I'm sure there's a video titled like Chief of Police, Killer Clowns. Or police station? He comes out there, so he's the main. Yeah, here it is.
Are you the Grim Reaper? No, it's Fred. Oh, Fred, I'm coughing. Listen.
Let's check this out.
I need a priest.
Yeah, it's gonna be too hard. Fucking hoping that Mouse Fitzgerald gets it, but here's the scene. One of the scenes with that guy. There he is. There's the guy. Whoop they whoop they goddamn to do. Shout out to Mouse. Oops, that was an accident.
Draining fire.
Where the fuck is Mouse?
Oh, they're bringing it back? Oh, yeah, that's... What? I just instantly died. I should pay attention.
I was about to type in Mouse Fitzgerald. But he's been in other stuff too. Wonder what else. What other movies has he been in? Oh yeah, Kung Pao clip. He's a pretty scary guy, this actor. Even in that Baby Huey movie, he's a pretty threatening looking sounding guy. Yes. Yeah, he's in all sorts of shit. I just can't think of many things and shit. Cause he's never the star. He's always like a side character. Oh, Animal House, yeah. Dirty Harry, Outlaw Josie Wales. Yeah, I remember him in Animal House, and I could picture him in Dirty Harry. I never seen Josie Wales though. Yeah, he's a good actor, so gotta give it to him. He's a scary dude. Oh, he's dead. Just wanted to see him. Back to Mario Party. After that, Huffin' Puffin, the scariest monster. Oops. Pretend that didn't happen. Eek, wait, was that the wrong monster? Next time, just pick the scary monster. Stupid science, it's harder than it looks. What the hell? Second floor of this condo is haunted. I think it might not be true, I'm not sure. The fuck? Did I not get anything? What the hell? Oh, that's dumb. I gotta pick the regular monster. Let's see. The scary one. Ah, you poor fool, your doom is sealed. Because, I mean, it's still really scary. Wobble wobble burr. Now witness the terror of my scary monster. Behold my terrifying naval piranha. Eek, ee, hee, hee. Sigh, now battle this monster in a duel. Koopa Curl. Throw shells to get the highest score. Let the duel game begin. So scary. Tee hee hee. Aim, set power, check court. Throw 3 shells and score based on where they stop. Bump shells to move them. Think I played this on. Oh no, not this one. I didn't play this. So what the hell do I do? Shit. Fuck. Too much power. Damn, what? Almost perfect. You're playing Sonic Colors? And boring as shit. Oh man. That sucked. Yeah, I played that. It was kinda unimpressive. I didn't really care to finish it. Damn. Holy shit. Slaughtered me. Is it over? You already kicked my ass. No way, 100? Holy shit. Damn. Not sure how the hell is this working? Thought the game was over when he got 300. Reminds you of curling? Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Didn't they call it Koopa curling or something? Is it over? Okay, try again. Yeah, let's see. That's a spirit. Koopa curl, yeah. So it's pretty much like trying to say it's curling. But damn. Gotta get used to this shit. Okay. Alright. Oh, he's gonna knock me out of there. Shit. Wait. Didn't I get 100? What the fuck? Damn, this is weird how you score this shit. Yeah, what the hell? I don't get it. $70. Ooh, shit. 90-40. Confusing. Is this like the second round or what? Ah, shit, that sucked. Have you played Wonder Boy series or Adventure Island? I don't know if I streamed. I think maybe I want to say I actually played something. I think it was called Wonder Boy. It was like a remake of one of the Genesis games or some shit. I might have streamed that, not sure. John Vernon, Baby Huey expert. You thought John Vernon was the same as Gene Hackman? Oh, yeah, they kind of look the same. Damn, 130. Did I do it? I guess I won? Holy shit. Some weird shit. Yeah, now that I think about it, there was a game, I think it was called Wonder Boy. It was a remake. And you could switch the graphics to the old original graphics. That was pretty cool. And I think I actually did play it on Twitch a couple years ago or something. So you beat my monster, did you? You beat up a plant? Well, the gadget is yours. Did you know John Vernon was in Baby Huey's Great Easter Adventure? Yeah, that's what we were talking about. He's the guy at the end of the duck dance.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Did you miss all the times people played the duck dance? Tap? Well, now you're gonna see it. Whether you like it or not.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the
What are you
ground.
doing?
You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake
What are you
them
doing?
around. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Now raise your hands in the air. We're gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that
Tap
it's easy
just
if
wanted
you
to
follow
see
me
this
now.
again.
Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the
No,
biggest duck
you
in
just
town.
seen
Doing the
duck dance a few times
Doing the duck.
today.
I like to know how to swim. We're doing the duck dance.
There it
Is
is.
the whole world gone mad?
I didn't know his name was John
Omega
Vernon.
Mati is just redeemed duck dance.
And now I know. Oh, you didn't recognize him? Oh. Yeah, that's why this whole discussion about that actor came up. Rub it and it will grant you your wishes. Awesome. Love that gadget. Completed. Let's see. I'll do one more. One more of these Bowser duels or whatever. And then call it and raid out. Bowser is getting pissed. 8 more quests. So this game's almost over. Yeah, let's pick the next one. Do. So you see, I couldn't possibly have done it. Oh, hello, fancy meeting you here. Ah, Shumlak? Did you call Luigi? Shumlak. Oh, no, this is a total coincidence. Ah, you're looking for something, I know. Say, Luigi, would you lend me an ear? See, I just heard that there's been a theft. The museum tells me a painting was stolen. What? And you think I stole it? Grr, Shumlak. And you believe him, don't you, Luigi? I believe him. Bowser, accused. Why would I waste my time on art? Yeah, we hate art. Tell you what, if you can prove I did it, I'll give you a gadget. I won't lose. Don't you feel sorry for me at all? I feel sorry for you. Well, if you think you can prove I did it, go ahead and try. Ha ha ha. The painting is called Toads at Twilight. Bowser says he can prove he's innocent. I need you to find a flaw in his story. What do you want? Just spit it out? Your alibi? I didn't leave home all day yesterday. Koopa Kid'll back me up, won't you? Yeah, Mr. Bowser was here all day, yep. Saw him with my own beady little eyes. So there's no way I could have stolen it. I'm innocent, see? What do you want? Just spit it out. Painting. I don't like toads, and I hate Twilight. Yeah, he hates it. I've never even seen that painting. Neither has Koopa Kid. Go on, ask him. I don't know art, but I know what I hate. Art. See, I'm innocent. This mansion. See that clock? That was my grandpappy's. Tick-tock, tick-tock. There's no way to hide a painting in here. Any moron can see that. Just ask Koopa Kid. Yeah, I can totally see that. Couldn't possibly have hidden it. I'm innocent. We all hate Twilight. Shit. Those are all the clues. I don't like toads. I don't like Twilight. Never even seen that painting. Oh, I guess that's it. Because how does he know what's in it? That might be it. He didn't leave home all day. Koopa Kid. All day. Saw him with my own beady little eyes. There's no way. The mansion. See that clock? That was my grandpappy's TikTok. No way to hide a painting in here. So he's hiding the painting in the clock. I don't know. These clues kind of suck. You lie. What story do you think he was lying about? I mean, the alibi, for sure. The painting, yeah, that he's never seen it. Huh, you've totally confused me. Oh shit. Not even sure I can crack the case now. Oh, I fucked up. Innocent, that means you lose. No gadget. Try again. Damn, that was not it. Yes, he's still going. You mean me, Stonk? Still, still Mario Party, the mansion. Yeah, the mansion, cause he says he can't hide a painting in a mansion. Come on. Alright, skip ahead. Let's go with mansion story. Uh-oh. Oh, is it? That's it. Ah, yes, I agree completely. Me, a liar? I laugh at the idea. Don't quibble. You said you couldn't hide the painting. So, it's the truth, right, Koopa Kid? Yeah, the truth. And why couldn't you hide it? Isn't it obvious? Can't you put it behind the clock or a chair? Man, are you dumb? No way. I see, but why? That's what I'm asking. The painting's too big. It'd stick. Uh-oh. It'd stick out. Yeah, keep your mouth shut, you dope. You said you'd never seen the painting. Yeah, well, what I meant was, the painting is much larger than average. You were right, you couldn't hide it here. But you'd know that only if you'd seen it. And that is what proves your guilt. Blast, he caught us red-handed. Don't be sad, Mr. Bowser. So tell me, where is Toad's at twilight? I hid it outside. Go show him, Koopa Kid. Alright, I'll show him. I appreciate it. Gotta hand it to you, Luigi, you got me. Won't back down. It's battle mini game time. Oh shit. If you beat the game, it's yours. But if you don't, you won't get a gadget. Mush Rush. Smash all the Koopa Kids. So how many Koopa Kids? 30... 36. That's how you do in my minigame. Swing right, swing left. Koopa Kids want your mushrooms. Give them a taste of the old hammer. Alright. Swing right, swing left. Whoa. That guy at the top also flew away. Oh shit. Starting to charge. Alright. That was pretty cool, knocking these fuckers out. What? How could you? You beat my minigame. Aw, thanks, GG's. No choice. Here, take the gadget. You got the lip sync. Lip sync is a terrifying gadget. You can pretend to be somebody else with it. Blast, it was my favorite. He says the same shit. That one was my favorite. Congratulations. Got what? Like, oh no, not that way. Well, I guess I could just save it anywhere, right? When can I press start? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Why don't I just save the game? Oh shit, what is this? Crap, I didn't read. The hell oh, is this all? Okay. Shit. 5,000. Damn, fucking. It's pretty fast. Oh, my eyes. Jesus. I'm going blind. Holy crap. Broom zoom. Bam. Yeah, when can I actually... Oh, the menu, that's what I was supposed to... Alright, save. And I don't know how many are left. A few more. Gonna have to do it tomorrow. Save and quit. Yes. Save and quit, yeah. Alright, now let's go out on a raid. Boom. Shut off the game. Close. Content. Alright, there we go. Who's on right now? At this... What time is it? In this evening. I think they said there are 8 left. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's the last number they said. Oh, thanks, video. Awesome stream. Always great supporter there. Friendly end. So who is on? Friendly end. Who haven't we gone to in a while? Oh shit, Yosh. Let's check out Yosh. He's on Yosh Games Live. Raid. Let's see. Yosh. Yosh Games. There we go. See what he's up to. Alright, 10 seconds. Thanks everybody. Just too many to remember. Video and Macca's Tap. Everybody that was here earlier. Cheeseburger. Godilla. I'm sure I'm forgetting a bunch of people. Spice Boy, of course. Yep. Thank you, everybody. And let's raid out to Yosh.
I'm a simple man making his way through the